Good morning. Hope everybody's doing well. Welcome to the NASA Digital Transformation Virtual Summit with a little bit of help from ATARC. And I'm Tom Suter, the founder of the Advanced Technology Academic Research Center. For those of you who don't know, ATARC's a nonprofit that facilitates collaboration between government, industry, and academia in order to accelerate technology modernization initiatives. So we're really excited to be partnered with NASA on this very, very important topic. It's going to be a great day. One thing I would definitely want to appreciate and send some thanks to Zoom for Government, GitLab, Red Hat, and Appian. There are industry partners on this that have helped us out to be able to put on this program for you today. And a special thanks, we have to thank the NASA folks, your colleagues out there that have really helped. Starting with my colleague over to my right, or my left on my Hollywood squares here, Ron Thompson, John Sprague, Patrick Murphy. Tremendous help, tremendous collaboration, as you would expect from a great organization such as NASA. We've got a full day for you. We've got action-packed, fast-paced panels, all surrounding NASA's journey to digital transformation. And as many of you know, digital transformation is very, very important. And this initiative has been started for a while. And I think that, like a lot of government initiatives, it really see the value of it, especially in this COVID-19 era that we've gone into. But up first, we'd like to introduce Ron Thompson. Ron is your Chief Data Officer and now Deputy Digital Transformation Officer in the Office of the Administrator over at NASA. And Ron is also part of our ATARC board. How are you doing today, Ron?
Good, good. Thank you, Tom. Thanks for having me.
Good. Great, great. Well, we're looking forward to your comments.
Great. Okay, so we'll just go ahead and kick it off. I see we may have some folks still joining us, so hopefully we can have a fantastic day of dialogue. You know, as Tom mentioned, ATARC is really a collaborative forum where federal government can get together with academia and research to really talk about emerging technology challenges. So, you know, it's really a point where we can have interagency collaboration happen. We can spread the word on initiatives like digital transformation for NASA. And it's a safe way for us to engage with our colleagues across industry and academia in a safe manner to have a conversation and dialogue. I'm going to frame our journey through digital transformation over the last 4 or 5 years and give you some background of what we've been doing. You know, this effort for transformation and specifically digital transformation has aligned to our strategic goal of optimizing our capabilities and operations. So we are really leveraging DT to accelerate that optimization for our capabilities and our ways of working, our operations. So a sub goal of that strategic goal is to engage partnerships, to engage with external partnerships and discuss strategies. So that's really why we're here today. And the digital transformation effort began, you know, about the 2017 timeframe. That's where the strategy was formed, the planning began, and it was led by our Office of Chief Technologist and the OCIO. So that was a partnership that we put in place, sort of a ground roots view of what was needed in the digital side of things. So the terms we need to define the terms early on, and we led to, this is where we anchored to, the defined term at that time was digital transformation was about reinventing products, processes, and capabilities to take full advantage of digital data and cross-cutting technologies to enhance mission success. So you think about that, that is the alignment and capabilities of bringing transformational ways of working. At that time, the state of digital transformation was mainly a bottoms-up effort. Pockets of excellence existed, but the opportunity was, and this is around the 2017 timeframe, was really coordinating and scaling across the agency. So fast forward to about 2019, 6 strategic initiatives were defined. We're calling those thrusts, and you'll hear about those initiatives today by our leads for each area. We defined the scopes the scope of each initiative. We actually defined the organizational approach and you know, again, these, as you saw on the agenda, these are the 6 strategic thrusts for data, model-based everything, collaboration, AI, ML, process transformation, and culture and workforce. So we're going to advance to this year. So my partner Jill Marlowe, who's going to be up next, is we are leading the effort of formulating those plans and taking the implementation plans that were defined back in 2017, refining those and identifying areas of quick wins, focus, where we can really empower our people to reinvent our products, processes, capabilities by taking full advantage of data and cross-cutting technologies to transform our mission and outcomes. So our goals are to digitally transform NASA's workforce, and workplace. And our transformation effort is utilizing digital as a lever to redefine our ways of working. And we're going to hear some of our advancements. You know, Tom mentioned, you know, we're all in the COVID environment right now, in a virtual environment right now. We're going to really amplify some of our accelerators that we had in our collaboration thrust areas, and where we've advanced those capabilities to make NASA, you can see what's going on. We are still launching on schedule. We're still meeting our mission objectives. We're still delivering the core mission of what our agency is responsible for delivering. So we're not missing a beat. We're adopting a new way of working, and we are very excited today about presenting what we're doing and getting your input, getting your thoughts, getting your dialogue, getting your questions about what we're doing, and we're really looking forward to that. So Tom, I guess I'll hand it over to Jill next to introduce our special guest.
Excellent. Well, thank you, Ron. And let me add my welcome and thanks to everybody for joining us today to collaborate on how NASA's future will be powered by digital transformation. I'm really looking forward to hearing all of your feedback and your ideas throughout the day. So let me just take a minute and say, I am so excited to be stepping into the newly established role of NASA's Digital Transformation Officer, joining forces with Ron and a really great team that you guys are going to meet today. For me, it's really NASA's future and the bold missions that we aim to launch, literally, that drives me to pursue digital transformation. We really have inspiring plans. And you know, at the top of that list is our Artemis mission, where we aim to land the first woman and the next man on the moon by 2024. And not just to go, but to really establish a sustained human presence there as a proving ground for the technologies that we're going to need to eventually enable humans to explore Mars. The technical complexity of this kind of mission is really unprecedented. Frankly, as is the timeline for getting it done. 2024 is just a few short years away. So accomplishing this kind of complex mission on such a short schedule is really going to require a vast array of partners and allies, including many of you who are here today. And all of us have to work together as a highly synchronized network. That degree of integration is something that we have really never undertaken before. It's far more complicated than the way we have worked in the past. And it also means that our business systems are going to have to be up to the task of working with our partners at the pace of modern innovation, really enabling seamless sharing of critical information, more or less on demand. And we know that many of our partners, are leaning into modernizing the way that you're working. So all of us coordinating how we do this modernization across our aerospace ecosystem, our federal ecosystem, is an imperative. And so the last point I'll make here is that we also are very well aware that to accomplish all of this, NASA really has to attract and retain top talent. And these folks are expecting to work in a modern workplace where they can focus on high value work instead of routine tasks. So I'll stitch all of that back together. For us to accomplish bold missions like Artemis, it's really clear to me that we do need to transform the way we work, our workplace and our workforce. And launching an enterprise approach to harness digital transformation is the key. So I'm pretty fired up to embark on this journey, and I know Ron is too. So now let me get on with the introduction. Really, nobody is doing more to lead NASA in creating this digitally powered future than our next speaker. It's really my honor to introduce Mr. Steve Jerzik, who is NASA's Associate Administrator and our agency's highest ranking career civil servant. As Associate Administrator, Steve is responsible for integrating all of the technical and programmatic elements across the entire agency, which means that he oversees all 10 NASA centers, execution of all of our mission programs, and ensures that we're having appropriate checks and balances in all of our decision making. He's literally the guy who has ultimate responsibility for evaluation of all our missions to make sure we're a go for launch, for everything from our recent Mars Perseverance launch to our upcoming Crew 1 mission to the X-59 Quest, which is our supersonic X-plane that's going to fly in just a few years. So as you can imagine, this is a huge job. NASA is typically doing things that have never been done before, and there are a lot of activities and partners like yourselves that all have to integrate seamlessly to ensure our success. As long as I've known Steve, which has been a minute, he's been a great visionary leader who not only makes sure that we're delivering on our commitments to the American people right now today, but behind the scenes, he's the architect of numerous strategic initiatives that are designed to enable NASA to work smarter in the future. And some of those things include the way we're doing strategic workforce planning, enterprise protection, our Unity campaign, which is focused on fully living our new NASA value of inclusion, and you guessed it, digital transformation. He's the grandfather of all of this. So everything that you'll hear today is the culmination, as Ron said, of an agency digital transformation strategy formulation effort that's been initiated in 2017. And Steve personally championed this. And he's now challenged us to take that next step, to turn those plans into a coordinated, enterprise-wide digital transformation reality that will power transforming the way NASA works, our workforce, and our workplace. So without further ado, it's my pleasure to welcome Steve to the virtual podium to share his vision for NASA's digital transformation. So Steve, over to you.
Hey, thanks, Jill. After all that you've described I'm supposed to be doing, I feel like I need to hop off of this call right now and get to work on everything that I was supposed to be accomplishing with the agency. But no, thank you for that great introduction. So good morning, everybody. First, I do want to acknowledge Jill Marlowe and Ron Thompson for their leadership in not only leading the NASA effort on digital transformation, but bringing the agency together and bringing this together today. I think this will be very valuable to them and to the agency, this interchange. And thanks to the Advanced Technology Academic Research Center for their support of this event, and all the people who are on devoting their time to participate today. So thanks, everybody. Yeah, it started back in, it's hard to believe, but yeah, it started back in 2017. And, you know, along the way, a couple of anecdotes. First, you know, Jill was leading an effort at the NASA Langley Research Center similar to this. And, you know, one thing she relayed to me is, you know, at home, she has digital tools like smart speakers and smartwatches and apps on her phone that help her, you know, manage her personal life as well as help with her work life. And then she shows up at work and she doesn't have those same tools, those same digital technologies and tools to be as productive and as effective as she can in many ways in her personal life. So that was kind of like, well, that's interesting. So there's an issue there. Another one is that, you know, thinking about part of what we're trying to do here, I was on an agency team looking at how to improve our financial management back in like 1998. And I had one of the team members hand me a book on decision support systems and using data and analysis to help make better decisions. Fast forward almost over 20 years, and I realized we hadn't really made a lot of progress in exploiting the large volumes of data we have to advance our research, our development activities, and our operations at NASA. And with recent advances in analytics, MI, AL, natural language processing, et cetera, there's a huge opportunity here, and felt like we needed to take advantage of that. So just a couple of things that were kind of some small things that were initial motivators to start on this journey. We did have a team that was stood up, led by the Office of Chief Technologist, and they did quite a bit of benchmarking, both with industry, universities, other government agencies, and within NASA, and reviewed a large number of, you know, publications as part of that benchmarking. And you know, out of that came some principles and strategic thrust areas. And I know you all are going to kind of go one by one through the strategic thrust areas, but I thought I'd very quickly go through those. One is leadership. This really needs to be driven kind of top down. There are a lot of good things that are going on throughout the organization with respect to digital technologies and taking advantage of those, but there are certain areas where we really need to be driven top down, and it requires leadership commitment. So in one of our recent meetings where we were making decisions on how to move forward, I made it clear to the senior leadership of the agency that this is not a nice to have thing. This is not something that we're just doing on the side because it's nice to do and something might come out of it. That's absolutely not what we're doing here. Like Jill said, we do some really challenging and difficult things where we are trying to manage and take on quite a bit of risk. Everything we launch has we mitigate a lot of risks in everything that we launch, but there's always going to be residual risk. And so what we do, it can be, systems are very complex, and managing risk can be very, very challenging. And so in order to be successful in these more ambitious endeavors, with systems complexity increasing at a very rapid rate, embracing and advancing digital technologies for the organization is an imperative. It's something we have to do. It's not a nice to have, not something we're doing off to the side. So that's why we stood up the digital transfer business, what we're calling the Business Innovation Office, that reports to my deputy, who's essentially the deputy chief operating officer for the agency, with Jill as the lead and Ron as the deputy for digital transformation. Workforce, Jill mentioned that. Recruiting, retaining, and training the next generation is really important in many areas, and this is one of them. Jill and Ron will be working very closely with the Office of Chief Information Officer on making sure we have the IT infrastructure that enables the capabilities that we need to be successful in the future, both the physical infrastructure as well as the services that are required at the enterprise level to be successful. And then, of course, we are very focused on security of all types, including cybersecurity. So as we're enabling digital transformation through this IT infrastructure and capabilities, we're obviously doing it in a way that is secure and making sure we're paying attention to cybersecurity, which it will be a ever evolving challenge. So those are some of the principles. The thrust areas very quickly: data, enhanced data, enable insights and decisions through efficient, real-time, and appropriate data sharing, integration, and secure processes. So Ron is our chief data officer. He'll be significantly involved in this with our organizations. We have a tremendous amount of data in our science area, for example. Earth Science has many petabytes of data. They're already using advanced digital technologies like AI and ML to do research in a completely different way, a data-driven approach to doing research and making discoveries with these large data sets that could not be made through the normal scientific process. So more to come there. Collaboration, like every organization, we've significantly accelerated our use of collaboration tools over the last 7 months in response to COVID. We've been able to, for example, conduct major design reviews and flight readiness reviews virtually to support the first launch of astronauts from US soil in almost a decade, back in end of May. Doug Hurley and Bob Behnken on the SpaceX Falcon rocket and Dragon spacecraft, and we returned 2 months later. We returned Bob and Doug safely to Earth in August, as well as Jill mentioned the Mars Perseverance mission, the next rover to explore the surface of Mars and actually collect samples for a mission we plan to launch in 2026 called Mars Sample Return. We're collaborating with industry and the European Space Agency to bring those samples back to Earth and use our laboratory capabilities to analyze them. So in addition to Artemis, Mars Sample Return is another very highly complex system very ambitious mission that we're going to need these sorts of capabilities to successfully undertake. Process transformation is one of those cross-cutting areas. It not only applies to our mission support areas like human capital and procurement, legal, et cetera, but it also applies to our mission areas and how we implement our processes and reinvent and implement processes and procedures to do things like research and our space missions. Jill mentioned model-based anything. We've had an initiative under our Office Chief Engineer for a while now on models-based systems engineering. We have used model-based engineering for a long time, lots of physics-based modeling tools to be successful. There are things, actually missions we do and things we cannot test the system end to end on the ground before we launch. So we have these sophisticated physics-based modeling environments to do the verification and validation of the system prior to launch. And we've relied on that capability for a while. And so we want to extend and expand that capability in a more integrated way across the agency with our industry and academic partners. And we also want to look at model-based approaches to support some of our other activities like program project management and procurement. AI and machine learning, again, we have these tremendous data sets, not only for scientific research, but we have tons of engineering data from missions that we've developed and that we've flown both from the development phase of the mission as well as operations, and we want to be able to exploit that. For example, we had a problem a while back with water collecting in the helmets of one of the astronauts during one of the spacewalks to maintain the International Space Station. And it was a very laborious process for people to go find the data on spacesuit performance and what issues and problems we've had with spacesuits in the past, and then go through that data. And it turns out we have seen issues like this in the past. And if we had the data organized in a more effective way and ability to find it in a more effective way, we could have resolved that issue more effectively and much more quickly than we had. So there's a tremendous amount of engineering data out there that we can also take advantage of. And then culture and workforce, this is somewhat of a culture change for the agency and a little bit uncomfortable. We talk about relying on things like AI and ML in a more broad way, and then and bringing the workforce along with us on this journey to take advantage of digital technologies to more effectively accomplish the agency's mission. So Jill and Ron, we have officially started on October 1st, the beginning of the fiscal year, but they've been at it for longer than that. Over the summer, they got up and running with the DT initiative. We have established champions in each one of our mission organizations and our center organizations and technical organizations to work with Jill and Ron to do the detailed planning for this effort. They've gone on, they call their DT listening tours with agency leaders, and they've conducted Transformation Tuesdays where they brought in the champions and others to kind of brief them in a more detailed way and get them up to speed on what we're trying to do and how we're trying to do it and get their feedback. Recently, last month, they conducted NASA's first digital transformation hackathon. 36 projects were submitted on our internal crowdsourcing platform that we've had at NASA for a while now that we call NASA at Work. Had a large participation and they'll probably discuss the winning projects that they selected. I got the information on those, and they're really impressive what folks were able to do and accomplish during the hackathon with some dedicated time. And then there's today's event where we're looking at informing you on what we're doing on digital transformation and getting your input and feedback and moving forward. We have some, we're going to focus on these thrust areas at the agency level, at the enterprise level. We're going to allow things to occur locally and and not impede those. But these areas that I've discussed, and we want to manage Jill and Ron's activity at the agency level, but there'll be some challenges in doing that. NASA missions, like we've talked about, are increasing in complexity, and we're doing way more in partnership with our industry partners, our academic partners, and our international partners. So very geographically distributed teams trying to engineer these very complex systems and operate these very complex aerospace systems. So that's one of the challenges. There are some drivers to this, like I've mentioned. Commercial space is advancing, and we're trying to stimulate more commercial space activities, as well as the pace of innovation and technological change seems to be advancing at an ever increasing rate. So that can be a challenge. Obviously, COVID-19 has been an incredible challenge, focusing on keeping our workforce healthy and safe while we're continuing to move our mission and our missions forward. And particularly taking advantage, like I said, of collaboration tools. We have a team that's looking at the future of work at NASA in the post-COVID world, where that's going to look like, taking advantage of where we were headed and where technology was taking us before COVID, but also what we've learned during COVID. That team will report out at the end of this month, and we'll make some decisions around how we want to transform the way we do work, and digital transformation and digital technologies will be a significant enabler for that future work environment. And then we talked several times about future workforce and the talent we need to be successful and do these ever ambitious missions in a more effective way. So what we're asking, Jill and Ron to lead is develop early adopters and show some early wins, so that they will develop what we're calling kind of a large coalition of the willing to support them in looking for the opportunities and taking advantage of digital technologies. Leadership commitment at the enterprise level, we already talked about that. We need both our missions and our programs to engage, as well as our centers and the institution. So we have a matrix organization where we have a program line of authority and an institutional technical line of authority, and the center organizations, the line organizations, matrix engineers and safety professionals and others to the programs to get those accomplished. And so that structure provides some challenges and some opportunities. Jill and Ron have my commitment to making this a priority for the agency and focusing leadership's attention on it. And I think these champions that they have across the organization will significantly enable that. And then, we're looking to collaborate, nationally to really define our path forward for digital transformation and what can really drive effectiveness and efficiency in accomplishing the agency's mission. So with that, I'll stop and let you guys get on to the briefings and the interaction. And I hope you guys have a really great day. I'm sure you will. Hey, thanks for your time.
Thank you, Steve.
Thank
really
you,
appreciate
Steve.
it.
Thank you. That was a great keynote, Ron. He really laid out the vision of the agency in good detail there. And it's just comforting to know that here's the administrator of NASA working from home in their home office. So that brings it to home. Great insight. Now we have our first panel of the day. The moderator for this panel is Jason Miller, and Jason is the executive editor at the Federal News Network. It's not radio, it's the news network. It's been that way for about 2 years, but occasionally we mess that up. How are you doing this morning, Jason?
I'm excellent, my friend. How are you?
Great. And it looks like you're in studio. Are you actually in studio?
Maybe. It's
maybe.
It's
okay.
just like, are you or have that beautiful view over DC, or are you out in the hinterlands of Loudoun County?
I'm kind of like by NASA HQ, I think, right now.
There you go.
Great. Well, I look forward to your panel, and you can take it to the top of the hour. Thank you.
All right, excellent. Thank you, Tom Suter, of course, my good friend. I've get a chance to do this once in a while, and I really do enjoy them. And all the folks at ATARC, thanks for inviting me to moderate. It's always a pleasure. As you heard, I'm Jason Miller, Executive Editor of Federal News Network, 1500 AM, and of course, federalnewsnetwork.com. I gotta get in my shameless plug. Let me start just with a little bit of background, and then we'll jump right into the panel. I know we have some presentations that Ed and Manil will give. The topic of AI and machine learning, it's a fascinating topic for several reasons. As you heard the assistant administrator talk about the helmet problem and water in the helmet, and I thought that was a great example of not just a data issue, but really an AI machine learning issue. If you had advanced analytics, if you had the technology to find that data, provide that data to decision makers, how quickly that could change and fix the problem. In fact, earlier today, I virtually attended an acquisition conference, and the use of intelligent automation, AI, machine learning, it was all the talk. Every panel expressed some sort of excitement, talked about pilots, the hope, obviously, drive down the cost of business, but more and more spend resources and time on the mission areas where it matters the most. We've seen several agencies like DoD and the Energy Department create AI centers of excellence. There was a recent request for information from GSA looking for help to make the data more ready, if you will, for AI tools. So as you can see, a lot of focus on AI, and no better agency to tell us how AI is helping their mission than NASA. So I will turn to Ed McLarney. Ed, take it away.
Great. Thanks a lot, Jason. I think Alyssa has got some slides to pull up for me, but my name is Ed McLarney. I'm the lead for the AI machine learning thrust under digital transformation. My co-lead is Nikunj Oza from AIMS Research Center. And we can go to the next slide, please. This slide is kind of an elevator pitch that we use to talk with a lot of folks about our overall strategy. You already heard the first bullet of the context from our senior leaders. The next thing I would tell you, the second major bullet there, is that NASA has done quite a lot of work in AI machine learning across the agency over the years in pockets, either by really early adopters or by folks who had a lot to invest in a critical core project where they could really invest in it. Something that we're seeing is all these AI machine learning data science capabilities are becoming far more pervasive, far more affordable, and everybody wants to use them. So we're kind of at this tipping point from many niche applications to everybody across the agency having the potential to use them. And so we see our strategy helping make that tipping point happen. The strategy itself, the first 5 bullets there are really the core of the strategy, and the last 3 are some amplifying points. So number 1, we want to apply AI machine learning to attack real problems for mission and mission support organizations. We're not just doing it because it's cool and fun. Teamwork, we really want to work across the agency and with external partners to do this work rather than operating in small local silos. We really see needing to amplify our learning and development, training and education for upskilling the workforce. We want to get some of the tools over the security humps and into platforms into place so that folks across NASA can easily, affordably, and safely use these tool sets rather than having to stand up their own little technology stacks and wonder if it's going to be secure. Jason directly mentioned the data. We want to make sure that our data is AI enabled, and we're working hand in hand with the data thrust, which you'll hear from later in the day, to help make that happen. So those are the major categories. The last 3 elements of the strategy are supporting elements. Outreach, get out there and tell the story like we're doing here today, as well as just across, within and outside of NASA. Adapt. So there's so much amazing work going on in business and industry that we should not have to invent all these capabilities ourselves. We should take advantage of and build upon the best and brightest capabilities coming along out there in the bigger world. And in keeping with what I mentioned at the very first, if we're at this tipping point where we should make these capabilities far more available all across the agency, we should also think about how we go from prototypes and pilots to taking some of these capabilities into production operations. So that's the strategy in a nutshell. Can we go to the next slide, please? The next slide gives a little orientation. So we have our working definition of AI machine learning there, along with several examples. I won't brief all elements of this slide just in the interest of time. The paragraph just below that definition gets at why we're doing it. Number one, to be useful for NASA. Number two, because there are some federal directives, et cetera, that we need to comply with. So I never believe just in checking the box, but sometimes you need to comply with the directives. But the main point is make all this really useful for NASA. The vision gets at acting as a catalyst and an accelerant and an aligning agent for all of the AI machine learning work going on across the agency. So our intent with our resource constrained, kind of centrally coordinated transformation effort is not to do all the work. Our intent is to catalyze the work, to fuel it, to help it point it in the right direction. Down at the bottom left, we have some challenges that we're working through. So we need to get the cloud access, the cloud platforms, like I mentioned before. As I mentioned before also, we've got lots of folks employing these techniques in their little pockets, and more every day. So we need to pull folks together according to common solutions and common capabilities, getting our arms around our data, upskilling our folks, et cetera. On the goals, I'm not going to brief through all of those, but I'll put them in three major categories. Number one, our existing and emerging missions, top-level NASA missions, are at such a scale, whether it's space exploration, earth science, planetary science, or aeronautics, that we have to have AI-infused techniques to make those missions happen over the next 5 to 15 years. The other two major effects that we want to have are empowering the general NASA workforce, whether it's researchers, scientists, engineers, business professionals, with mechanisms that help them get their work done faster and easier with less churn and friction. The final part is we want to power the AI machine learning data science workforce to work really efficiently in employing all these techniques. So that's the big picture. I think we can go to the next slide, please. The point of this slide is that there is something in AI machine learning for everyone across NASA. I've really got it put into three main rows. AI machine learning embedded in our mission systems, whether that's rovers, spacecraft, aircraft, satellites, ground-based systems. AI machine learning will need to be part of those systems in order for them to operate at the scales that we have emerging immediately and in the future. Mission analysis, really the second major row there. This is all the research, engineering, science, operations that we do, testing in our labs, doing analysis, doing project management to make those mission-focused products. So there is all kinds of AI machine learning impact that we can put on the mission analysis side of things. And then mission support, all of our business functions can be empowered by AI machine learning as well. We can go to the next slide, please. The next slide is a timeline showing what we plan to do the next couple of years. So a major aspect is powering those practical application projects. Another part is getting the AI machine learning cloud services from the big players, Google, Amazon, Microsoft on board. We want to create ourselves a kind of a living inventory of all the AI machine learning work that we're doing across the agency, as well as all the tools that we've got, and work across communities. A really neat community that has been embracing AI and machine learning a lot is the high-end computing community. So there's great opportunity to work together between high-end computing and data scientists, AI machine learning experts. In the partnering lane, we've done a lot of partnering with external companies already, external partners already. Just the kind of one line across there gets to bolstering, connecting existing partnerships. And by the way, we want to have additional partnerships. We want to, by the end of this year, we want to be putting together an external facing community of interest. Down in the workforce, basically building our cadre, working on organizing our overall learning and development capabilities, continuing to grow the existing NASA AI machine learning community, and then working with research accelerators with, kind of in team fashion, maybe external to NASA firewalls. One final thing you see at the very bottom is we are working on creating an ethical policy for NASA use of AI and machine learning. Just because all of this has so much potential, there's with great power comes great responsibility, goes the saying, and we realize that we need to have a policy in place for how we employ all this ethically. Finally, the last slide gets into partnering with us. So we're very open to creative partnerships. We can go to the next slide, please. Very open to creative partnerships. We are resource constrained, especially in our initial couple of years of funding. So we kind of would lead more toward creative partnerships than just brute force investment. We do have an issue in unsolicited communication spam coming in from just vendor spam bots. So in order to get through that wheat from chaff separating mechanism, great way to do it is via introductions, by existing relationships, whether it's working with somebody at a center, an existing contractor, etc., or to make sure that it's blatantly obvious that your email is coming from a human being and not a robot. That is my pitch on the overall strategy for AI and machine learning. I'd like to turn it over to Manil to take a deeper dive into a specific project that he's working on, and then I understand we'll have some Q&A at the end.
And before Manil jumps in, just let me remind folks to use the Q&A feature to submit your questions. We're going to get to them in just a little bit. Manil, take it away.
Hello, everyone. My name is Manil Maske, and I work for the Earth Science Data System Programs at NASA headquarters. I'm a senior research scientist there, and I also lead the AIML activities for the program. So this will be a little bit of deeper dive into one of specific application, more specifically a science application. So one of NASA's strategic goals is to observe our planet comprehensively so that we can use the information for societal benefits. In order to study the Earth as a whole, NASA develops and supports a large number of Earth observing missions. Data and information collected from the missions are used to study basically everything: the air we breathe, the sun, the rain and the snow that provide water for agriculture and communities, natural disasters. The visualization here shows the scale and volume of upcoming NASA missions through 2023. So the data collected by all these missions are managed by the Earth Science Data Systems Program. The program manages NASA's Earth science data through the entire data lifecycle by using a very robust process for data stewardship. These data are also complemented with a wide variety of services, which we are trying to move towards more automated using AIML, and also detailed documentations. So looking to the future by 2022, the total volume of the data stored in the archive is also expected to grow from its current size of 40 petabytes to about 250 petabytes by 2025. I was really glad that Steve also mentioned the Earth science data volume in his earlier keynote. So the anticipated growth in both data ingest as well as the overall archive volume presents a lot of challenges for archiving, distribution, and analysis of the data. So obviously we're looking into emerging technologies to address these challenges, specifically two enabling technologies for digital transformation. First, the Earth Science Data System Program is moving towards an operational component of operating its components in a commercial cloud environment. And the second is more data-driven. Data-driven meaning that data will be dictating the actions that we take. So here we are focusing on three things. Number one is maximizing the information and knowledge discovery capabilities. Number two is augmenting the data stewardship processes. And number three is addressing science research applications, which I'll talk about in detail today. So this is an application of using artificial intelligence and vast amount of science data to address a specific and very important science problem. The problem relates to estimating tropical cyclone intensity, which is the wind speed of the storm using satellite images. So during a tropical cyclone, the main factors that contribute to resulting death toll or damage are often attributed to the wind speed. So being able to accurately estimate that is an essential component for disaster preparedness and response. So why did we develop this system? So to explain that, let me first show you an advisory from National Hurricane Center for a major hurricane in 2017 season. So here's an advisory. So what stands out here in this advisory? So two human experts estimates at different forecasting centers differed by about 20 knots in their analysis. And another one was even 20 knots lower than either one of them. So the issue with this approach is that it's very subjective to the experts. So the current approach is based on a 70s technique developed by Dorian that uses human pattern analysis on satellite images. So typically the outer curvature of the cloud and the coverage are used to match a template to determine the intensity. That approach introduces human subjectivity. You saw in that forecast the different forecast estimates. And also human inspection is time consuming and estimates cannot be made at the rate of data is being collected. So we wanted to apply AIML technique to objectively determine such patterns to estimate intensity automatically and do it as frequently as data is being captured. So first we collected data to create a consistent training data sets. In terms of model development, we use using this training data sets, we designed a deep learning model for objective estimation of tropical cyclone intensity using a custom convolution neural network on satellite images. Development of the CNN required several iterations through the machine learning lifecycle to arrive at a final model configuration as shown here, where the final layer is a regression model rather than a classification model. So here's a detailed look at Hurricane Earl 2010. You can see the correlation with the observed wind speed and the machine learning prediction. So we reached about 7.8 knots root mean squared error, which was better than what we could find in the literature. So we published a paper and we thought our research was completed. But to understand what is in a machine learning lifecycle, as you can see here, typically AIML projects, research projects end after you publish a paper, right? However, there are additional components that we wanted to look at, mainly deploying the model in a production environment and having some sort of interpretability with the numbers that you get from machine learning. So one of the things we wanted to address was the criticism of machine learning techniques from the subject matter experts, which is that it is difficult to determine what the model is actually learning to make decisions. So there is a trust factor between machine learning experts and the physical science community that hinders the transition of these models into a production system. So to address this issue, we started investigating whether we could interrogate the model and demonstrate what the AI is relying to make the decisions. So the technique we use to demonstrate what the model was learning is called the class activation maps. Basically, it's keying in on features that are important in decision-making by the machine learning. So here's a demonstration of the technique used on Hurricane Dorian, which devastated Bahamas by just stalling as a Category 5 hurricane. To the left is the infrared imagery from the GOES satellite. That is an input to the model. In the middle is the class activation map that I talked about for interpretability. And to the right is the traditional way of visual inspection. At the bottom left, you see the machine learning estimates forecast advisory. And to the bottom right, you see the geographic location of the eye of the storm. So the loop shows the life cycle of the Hurricane Dorian from August 24th to September 8th. I'm not sure how the animation is showing up, but the comparison between the class activation map and the traditional technique shows that the storm intensifies. As the storm intensifies, the important features for classification transitions from outer bands to the inner core of this of the dense overcast region. Especially when the storm is rapidly intensifying, you see all the features are keying in on the eye of the hurricane. So this was to demonstrate that machine learning model is running exactly the way you would expect from SME's perspective. So we wanted to put this in a production environment, but we had to address these questions first. So after we addressed all these questions, we put in a system or a portal that actually looks into this particular workflow, where whenever there is a outlook for a hurricane, you go and retrieve those images, very high temporal frequency, run the model, save the estimation, and actually visualize with some contextual information. So we built this portal in a production environment. As you can see the demo, you get an overview of the hurricane, and you can go to individual hurricanes. You see the prediction versus the observed, and you see the actual images that was being utilized for making the predictions. And you can also put contextual information by putting in different types of geophysical parameters. And you can also go back to old hurricanes to study some particular use cases. Some of the challenges and lessons learned during the implementation of the system are listed here. From the model development perspective, this being a supervised learning algorithm, we needed a large scale training data sets. Even though we were able to collect the data from different sources, we had to spend a considerable amount of time cleaning and removing inconsistency of the data. Explaining why the model works to the domain experts was particularly difficult until we came up with a solution. From the software development and engineering perspective, it was difficult to version the training data, model, algorithm, and source codes all in together. The concept of DevOps and CI/CD took a different meaning for AIML. And finally, there were complexity with the evolving platforms, frameworks, the cloud environments, libraries, and infrastructures. Hopefully that was useful practical applications, and thank you for the opportunity.
All right, very nice. Thank you, Ed. Thank you, Manil. Ed, turn on your camera, and we're also going to be joined by Chris Sexsmith from Red Hat to do some Q&A. Now, as a reminder to the audience, please send in questions if you have them. We have about 10 minutes or so to go through them. But while we're waiting on some more questions, Chris, let me just start with you. One of the things that stands out to me when I listen to Ed and Manil give their presentations is there's a huge data and compute challenge around using AI and ML. And we know no agency is starting at 0 and no one's at 100. So where do you start with the data and compute challenges? What are some of the things you're seeing from either your clients in the government or just some of the best practices that are emerging?
Yeah, great question, and thanks for having me on. I really do appreciate it. I think the biggest challenge is actually realizing the scope of the challenge in front of you. A lot of folks tend to have the understanding that if we just throw data at an algorithm or a model or what have you, and get a response, you're kind of done. But as the speakers have been talking, it's really about integrating everything going on in your environment, from the code to the data, the platforms, ensuring that you basically have like a ubiquitous way to run this and ensure that your models are giving you an accurate result, constantly iterating back and forth to ensure that you're asking the right questions of the data. I mean, it is a large task. So as our customers are getting their feet wet with this, I think a lot of it is that trough of disillusionment where you think, okay, this is going to be easy. I'm going to get something really great out of my data. And then you realize, okay, this is actually a lot of work and I have to invest in time and expertise and really take it seriously.
I love the trough of disillusionment. That's a great line. We got a question in. Can you please let us know what repositories / communities of practice in which a citizen scientist with ML data expertise can see your algorithms provide feedback now or in the future? I think that's to anybody.
Yeah, so one really neat organization that we have at NASA is called the Center of Excellence for Collaborative Innovation, and they're run out of Johnson Space Center, and they help do many internal and external challenges. So they've got contracting mechanisms in for top coder, for Mechanical Turk, for all kinds of other external competitions. And so sometimes when we get the right problem and the right data set, the principal investigator will work with COESI, the Center of Excellence for Collaborative Innovation, to get that out in the public space. So that's one really good way to participate. We also have the yearly Space Apps Challenge, and that's a real other, huge global-wide outreach element. So those are a couple examples.
And I know NASA has been known to do a lot of, if you will, challenges. You guys have been one of the leading using challenge.gov. I know Assistant Administrator Jaworski mentioned about the NASA at Work platform. I think that's internal only. I know Ed and Manil, I don't know if you guys can answer that or not. Maybe a little bit outside your expertise. But I know that NASA has been reached out to the private sector and others before. Shaking their head. All right. Another question comes in. Oh, go ahead.
NASA at Work is one of the internal mechanisms that the COESI runs that I was just mentioning. So yeah.
Yeah, and from the data systems perspective, Ed mentioned earlier making our data AI ready. And since I work on the data system side of things, we are making a big push towards that. And we have these workshop and funded activities through the program to conduct these challenges to create AI-ready data sets for different focus areas that can have societal benefits.
I would also say, as far as public engagement, the planetary science, earth science community that Manila is part of does all kinds of work with publicly available data sets and partners. So there are many opportunities on that lane as well.
All right, another question came in from Brian. He asked, with regard to cyber, what is NASA's position on NIST FedRAMP standards given the network cloud environment? Are various applications going through the FedRAMP assessment? The answer is, of course, yes, because you have to use FedRAMP. And if you don't use FedRAMP, someone shakes their finger at you and yells at you. But I guess it's more of a platform question. So maybe Ed, want you or Manil talk about the platform you guys use, and maybe Chris can weigh in too.
So what we're trying to do, again, just trying to optimize our resources, is from the AI machine learning thrust. We're trying to leverage the common or the core cloud platforms that the agency is already onboarded. So we've had the most experience with Amazon across the agency. We've got some good experience going with Google Cloud Platform, and the agency is also onboarding Microsoft Azure this year for the core elements. The distinguishing factor is just because you get the core cloud services through the FedRAMP process doesn't mean that your AI, machine learning, and IoT cloud services are part of the package that went through. So the projects that we are working is working with the folks who have gotten the core cloud capabilities in place via the FedRAMP process, working with our internal NASA, it's called Internal Independent Verification and Validation Organization. So they're one organization who's able to look at all the security controls with respect to FedRAMP and to NASA unique requirements and controls, and work with us to say, what is the lift that we need to do to get the AI machine learning services from the core cloud providers approved, piggybacking on their environments. So we're absolutely leveraging the FedRAMP process, and we're trying to do that efficiently by, again, piggybacking on the work that's already been done for the foundation and just focusing our efforts on the AI machine learning aspects. So that's how we're approaching it, and it's working pretty well so far.
Chris, jump in and talk maybe a little broadly about that platform issue, because the platform you use for your AI, for AML, does matter. We hear a lot from DoD about purpose versus general purpose, purpose fit, general purpose. Take it away.
Yeah, absolutely. What we hear more often than not with our customers, the advantage that actually Red Hat brings with OpenShift is the ability to run on any cloud provider on-prem. And like I said before, have that ubiquitous platform in order to bring your solution to. So if you wanted to switch from AWS to Google to Azure to on-prem, you would have that stable, secure, rock-solid base of a platform that is, I mean, Red Hat's essentially made its name as being a very open source and secure platform. So you have that peace of mind as you're moving your both your data and your code from place to place. That, I mean, it's the traditional problem of a developer coding on a laptop and throwing it over the fence if it doesn't work, right? You want to have an apples to apples experience as you go, and there's no better way to do that than with OpenShift.
And I would augment that by one thing I forgot to mention as I was rapidly going through our timeline is for this first year of official implementation, we're trying to get make progress with getting the AI and machine learning services from those major cloud providers in place. Next year, we'd like to begin working on hybrid, multi-cloud, between multi-cloud and on-prem. And some of those considerations I think will come along that Chris was mentioning.
I see Tom Suter's head popped up. That means it's usually my hook. But before I do that, real quick, Manil, if you could just give a quick answer on the chat line. John asked about some data models that I think a little bit of your help would be good for John. It's a more complicated question. All right, Tom, let's give our panelists a round of applause. Thank you, Manil. Thank you, Ed. Thank you, Chris, for your time. Good job. And Tom, I'll throw it back to you.
Thank you, Jason. I think that panel could have gone another half an hour real easily, but we're keeping it moving real fast and having a lot of cuts coming up. Next up, we have what we call our tech talks. It's our emerging technology talks, and I'm going to welcome Mark Kriz. Mark is a strategic leader over at GitLab, a fantastic partner. I like the backdrop. You're kind of on message already, Mark.
All right, thanks, Tom.
Thank you.
I will share my screen real quickly and get started. And I want to thank ATARC and NASA for having us. I know that the tech talks go pretty quickly, so if you would bear with me, everyone, I will keep to the time frame. So my talk is on speed to mission, how government agencies are accelerating their delivery without compromising security. So I think it aligns very nicely with all of the speakers that you've heard so far. Again, my name is Mark Kriz. I'm in the National Security Group for GitLab. And primarily our team covers NASA, we cover DHS, we cover the intelligence community and the military intelligence. So what we try to do in our team is we try to apply our technology to some really, really hard challenges facing you all. Now, obviously, NASA, you already heard all of the speakers. Your agenda is already packed in terms of what you all are trying to accomplish. And so speed to mission becomes critical. And the world looks to NASA as a leader in space exploration. And that sort of external pressure of the world's eyes on NASA to continue your history of success, that's not going to let up. And so today, the way that typically agencies and programs develop software is by using a best of breed tool approach. Nothing wrong with that approach. In fact, it's served us very well for a long time, but it creates a bit of a paradox because the tools across the 10 stages of DevSecOps really means that it slows down development because you're asking your contractors and your developers to maintain these dotted line connection points between that best of breed approach. So as NASA looks to speed things up, to deliver more to the mission, what happens is these tool chains become broken. And so you need to look at perhaps doing things a little bit differently. And that's where GitLab's technology comes in. So the questions that we like to ask of the mission owners is this: what if you had one DevSecOps solution that covered all 10 stages of NASA development? What if you had only one solution to get your security team to approve to running in that secure cloud or on-prem in your secure private network? What if your entire team, including senior leaders, had one user interface to navigate? And what if those senior leaders had visibility into everything dynamically that their team was doing to deliver code to mission much faster? Now, you heard the previous two speakers talk about NASA's commitment to AI and ML. Well, what's exciting about that is that bringing the team together on one version of the truth, or bringing them together in a single approach to DevSecOps, allows even the teams of data scientists and data modelers and data analysts to begin to apply DevOps methodology to their efforts as well. So GitLab is a single end-to-end DevSecOps solution for NASA. And what's exciting about this is Gartner and Forrester are recognizing the market is starting to lean towards simplified tool chains. So they recognize that GitLab has achieved this ability to have capabilities across all 10 stages. But in my tech talk, what I want to do is focus on how are we actually changing mission today across the US government. So with that, accelerating time to mission. So one of the first use cases is very apropos to the challenges facing NASA today, which is how do you begin to get those teams across the agency of data scientists and data modelers to begin to apply what is not a traditional approach, that is the approach of using DevOps methodology and discipline to bring those new AI models to the mission even faster, but providing visibility and an audit trail for the iteration on those models. So what we're seeing at GitLab is teams of data scientists are starting to use the GitLab platform for collaboration and for bringing those models to mission much faster. Now, this has led GitLab to create a brand new open source project to help augment what we see as this use case. And that project is called Meltano. So at the bottom of the slide here, I've got a link, and you'll all get a copy of these slides, by the way. There is a link here to the Meltano project at GitLab that is automating ELT for data science. So we would love to have your contributions and your feedback as to how we can make Meltano a better open source project. Okay, another use case is shifting security left. Now, it's interesting because typically when we do DevOps, we develop a piece of code, we send it to test, it goes off to some third-party scanners, and at some point in the future, that report on vulnerabilities in our code comes back to that developer. By that time, they're already off doing something different. So they have to stop that work and then remember what it was that they did to introduce those vulnerabilities. At GitLab, we built in security scanning so that you could shift it left, making it a normal part of the day-to-day activities of your developer. So now when a developer hits commit on a piece of code, they immediately know if they've introduced new vulnerabilities into the code, and they can remediate and fix those on the fly before that code gets merged into the production system at NASA. Another use case that's currently being used across the government is taking GitLab's plan and manage capabilities and using those for PMO and project management. Because the GitLab user interface is so easy to use, we're seeing this as an emerging use case where teams that may not even be actively doing development or using GitLab for PMO management. So we have the ability to easily create epics for those big ideas within the NASA program office. We have the ability to do sub-epics and break that big idea up into smaller chunks. And then by easily creating issues and linking those, you can assign tasks, assign work items to people underneath those epics and sub-epics. And you can then roll those up into one of the many GitLab dashboards that come out of the box. So here's visibility for the senior leaders. So out of the box, GitLab has all these dynamic dashboards that give you up-to-date, immediate information into what's going on with your epics, your sub-epics, your milestones, your burn down. Like exactly what's going on. But the biggest piece of this is collaboration. GitLab has made it extremely easy for your teams to communicate asynchronously and to work together. And that's a real key cornerstone to the objective of NASA speeding up time to mission. And we talked a little bit about compliance, or one of the other speakers did. The key is we want to make compliance as easy to incorporate into your day-to-day workflow as project management. So we have created a set of compliance templates that you can edit, you can share across NASA, so that when I, as a new team at NASA, when I create a project in GitLab, I can do a drop down, apply this template, and all of a sudden now I'm adhering to the compliance framework of that particular NASA program office without having to reinvent the wheel. So it gets me up and running very, very, very quickly. So in summary, technology alone does not change mission culture. Technology alone is not going to get NASA from point A to point B. But you heard from your senior leadership, they are 100% behind speeding up time to mission at NASA. Your agenda is too packed. You have to. You can't go at the speed that we've been going at. So as you accelerate your velocity, your time to mission, the technology can be an enabler of that shift. And GitLab can enable that mission agility. Why? Because it's a single end-to-end platform. You can start your day in GitLab, plan your work, work your plan, and you can collaborate with your teammates and making sure that everybody is on the same page. So with that, I will stop for a second. Please, if you would like to, use your mobile device to scan any of these QR codes or all of them and download the white papers that go into much more depth than my tech talk. If you have any other questions, you can reach out to me. My email is here, my LinkedIn profile. And again, I want to thank you very much for giving me this opportunity. And I will at that point stop.
Yeah. Well, thank you for that, Mark. And that reminds me, all the presentations, we will send in a package to you, so you will be able to get access to them. And a couple of things, I want to plug our DevOps working group. It's a cross-government collaboration. And we actually have a code repository, which GitLab has been great to partner with us. And we also are working in them with a DevOps survey in conjunction actually with Nick Shalon over at the US Air Force and Red Hat, we've surveyed across government on DevOps. So DevOps is definitely part of digital transformation. And thank you again, Mark, for your time.
Thank you.
Great. Next up, we'll be hearing from Manish Ray. Manish is the head of product marketing over at Appian, another good partner. How are you doing today, Manish?
Doing great, Tom. How are you?
I'm doing fantastic. Look forward to your talk.
Excellent. Thank you. If I could have the presentation up, please. I think Alyssa was going to share the presentation. Hello?
Yep, we're working on that. There we go.
Excellent, excellent. So my name is Manish Rai. As Tom mentioned, I head up product marketing. I'm 3 months new at Appian, but I've been in Silicon Valley for the last 20 years, bringing a lot of innovative products to market. And the last 3 years, I was heading up product marketing for AI and ML at Automation Anywhere. So I could relate to some of the digital transformation that was talking, and I'm really excited to continue to drive that transformation here. So next slide, please. As we go through digital transformation, you know, there's people are talking, Gartner has put out a framework for hyper automation. Some people call it digital process automation, intelligent automation, all mean the same things. But what you need to truly achieve digital transformation is not just bots, which have been all the rage for the last 3 years for RPA, which are great for automating high volume rule-based work, but you need to mix that with AI, as we heard earlier today, to really automate more complex tasks. You need to rely on AI. One of the first areas where we are seeing a lot of adoption is using AI to understand and process documents. And that's been growing. And once you've automated the rules level task and high volume cognitive works where you have documents or image analysis and others, all you're left with is exceptions where you need to bring in humans to make complex decisions, and you need a way to inject humans and put them in control of the process itself. And once you've done that through your automation, you need to orchestrate not across bots, AI, and people. You need sophisticated orchestration capabilities. And you also need to ensure governance, especially in the fields you are in. As a place like Napa, you need powerful governance capabilities. And our low-code automation platform actually brings all of that together. We partner with all the leading RPA vendors and have ability to orchestrate bots across them, but we also offer our own RPA. And the beauty of our RPA is it's all you can eat price, because when you scale your RPA deployments, often the cost can scale. We have a single price where you can consume as many bots as you need on that subscription pricing. And also we support not only development in low code, but in Java. So you can go and build more sophisticated bots, which can be deployed on Linux or platform of your choice. Secondly, we offer embedded intelligent document processing capability that allows you to classify documents and extract information. We are relying on the latest and greatest. We have embedded Google Document AI and other services, and we're building on top of it. So it's a very powerful way to extract handwriting, signature, and other things that typical intelligent OCR tools won't do. And we have come from the process world, so we have a sophisticated orchestration capability that allows you to automate processes across multiple people, and case management capability, because a lot of processes involve around cases where you can put humans in control and achieve, we have a lot of experience in government organizations, so without compromising governance and compliance. Next slide, please. As you're going through this digital transformation, one of the big challenge when we talk to our customers is data. And we saw some of that when we're looking at the hurricane model. You have this data fragmented across multiple sources, and it could be in enterprise apps, databases, even spreadsheets or online. And each of them have their unique security and access controls. And you have to bring this data together without compromising performance. So Appian has an offering, and we recognize that, where we want you to connect people, process, and data seamlessly into our platform and build a virtual view of that data where you don't have to migrate the data. You can leave the data in place, but still you can view and act on it with speed. And for that, we can cache data for speed without compromising all the security controls you have, and really turbocharge your low-code application development. So if you look at the next slide, here's just an example and it has animation. So if you look at something like a contract, you need to pull a lot of pieces of information together in a contract. Next click, please. And within the contract, this information can reside in multiple systems. So if you hit the next couple of animations, you'll see that you need to pull this information together and act upon it as well. And you need to do it in a seamless manner. And that's what we power. We allow you to bring combined data from multiple systems into a single view, and then rapidly build interfaces on. Once you have unified that view, you can reuse it in multiple interfaces and act upon that data, where you can inherit the related actions much more easily. Really speed up development. And this is what our customers love about our platform. So next slide gives you an example of how all that comes together. This is our interface using our platform developed, where you're combining data that resides in the Appian data store with external data sources without migrating that external data source. Some of the cloud platforms need you to migrate that data into their platform for the single source of truth. We don't require that. And then you can see you can have related actions where you can act upon that data from a single screen. And that's the power of unifying and breaking the silos into our system. Next slide, please. So we have been doing it for many years, and we are fortunate to have some of the marquee federal customers, more than 100 of them, who trust Appian as the low-code application development platform and an process automation platform of choice. And I'll give you a couple of examples of those on the next slide very quickly. I know Tom is here, so I'm running out of time here. But here are three of our marquee customers. CMS, for example, is managing 100 million records for Affordable Care Act. And Air Force is saving $83 million so far by building a next generation acquisition systems on our platform. And the final slide, the next one I'll cover real quick, is that we are the only one who have been recognized not only as a leader in process automation, but also in low code and case management. And we pride ourselves in supporting mission critical app development with built-in DevSecOps that we talked about in the previous thing, support for that. And that's what people enjoy about it. So thank you again, Tom, for the opportunity for us to come here and talk. And you have your dedicated contact in Shane Hand, who's a dedicated account executive for you. And if you want to learn more about our platform, please feel free to reach out to him. And over to you, Tom.
No problem. And thank you, Manish. You know, one great thing about Appian is a lot of companies come out of Silicon Valley and you know, they end up having to adapt to our market. Matt Calkins, I've known him for 20 years. He's the founder of Appian. They were born and raised in Virginia. So I think, Manish, you guys are very big on the commercial side, but your government, your government practice has always been where you kind of got started. So it's great to see a local company that serviced the government has done so well. So thank you again for that, Manish. Appreciate that.
Thank you again. Bye now.
Okay, we're going to go into it's not really a panel, it's more of a keynote at this point. Jason Dooley. Jason is the Information Management Program Executive in the Office of the CIO at NASA. Jason, if you can kick it away for your presentation. Can we get Jason on? By the way, how are you doing?
Doing good. Can you guys hear me okay?
Yep. You got a good hair day going. I love it.
It's pretty rare, but once in a while, you know, the wind blows just right for me. So
great.
Thanks. If we can get the slides up, we'll get going. So yeah, a lot of the stuff we heard. Well, it's good being here. Thanks for spending time to talk about data, and it's good to be here with everyone. We've heard a lot so far, and you will continue to hear the word data mentioned in many of these discussions. Go to the next slide. It's very foundational, and that's why the theme of this quick talk, really, we could have for several hours, is around data as a foundational construct to our digital transformation effort. Our team has a fair amount of integration to do across thrusts, but one of the things that is very clear is that there will be data components touching all those thrusts in order to enable those. And there's a couple of things we have to do from a foundational standpoint that we needed to do anyway to really enable digital transformation. So this first slide is just really a kind of a framing slide, kind of the context, if you will. The definition of data, you know, it's all about enabling data-enabled insights and decision-making. There'll be an architecture picture later, and we'll start to put some context around that. But efficiency, real-time discovery, making sense of data, reducing barriers of entry to using data, breaking down silos. These are all common themes. And when you look at the challenges and gaps, I think many of the industry partners and organizations on this call right now can relate to these. They're common challenges, especially in large organizations like NASA with very distributed entities and parties. So data is difficult to find and reuse and share. We're working on that, and we're going to talk a little bit about how we're doing that. Uniform data access. In an organization like NASA, you have lots of domains. You have data generated in one mission is very specialized and different than what might be generated in another. And some of those have some higher level similarities. So how do we layer on standards to help make sense of all that stuff? NASA has a very departmental mentality in data sharing. I was chatting with one of my fellow coworkers earlier this morning. I said, one of the big challenges of digital transformation is the culture barrier. It's getting everyone on the same page that we need to get past the departmental data sharing mentality and get to an enterprise level data mentality. And that will fix just a lot of problems. And then the other thin layer of solutions in the technical space you add on that will only be the icing on the cake. And then the last one on the challenges and gaps is lack of consistent data roles, policies. These are things that we need to have. We'll talk a little bit about them. Data roles being very important to understand how that data in that open environment is going to be used across the agency. And then of course, policies really speak to that balance between privacy and security, and then the value and opportunity of using the data. Again, we want to make sure we secure our data, but we don't want to lock it down to the point where we're not able to make business-driven decisions on it. So a couple of goals, and I'm just going to kind of touch on these quickly, and then we'll go to the next slide. We're really working right now to establish data stewards. And you would probably think that we'd have data stewards already. We have lots of data stewards, but what we're doing is really formulating in a very explicit way how the data stewards are going to work in conjunction with organizations and policy. So we have a data governance board, and we have a chief data officer, and these are some fairly new constructs in our agency, and those are kind of resetting the rules on how we do this. And I've got some slides to talk about some of those here. And really the last one I want to touch on is really embracing a one data NASA culture. So, okay, we're good. Yeah, go ahead and go to the next slide. So now getting into the data as a foundational construct. These are the areas that really kind of start to draw those lines between the stuff on the left and the rest of the stuff we need to do in the digital transformation pyramid. I always really appreciated this view where at the very top you have the mission impact, which is the reason why we're doing all this, right? So at the bottom we have a foundational piece, which I like to refer to as the plumbing. Many of us do. That requires that we do things in data governance, do things with tooling, management systems, but equally important, we have to lay out a strategy, policies, and processes to fix that. And as we've seen in some of the introductory material, there are other digital transformation thrusts that are helping with this as well, especially in the culture and workforce and process and model-based everything. But throughout the talk, I'm going to kind of focus on really the data governance piece, just given the amount of time and the importance of it and kind of where we're going and how that is currently unfolding to start to chip away at the digital transformation effort at NASA. Next slide, please. So this is an architecture diagram. One of the things that many of us realize is the term architecture is a very overloaded term. it means a lot of different things to different people. So this, take the word architecture with a grain of salt. Really, the name of the game is getting the stuff on the very left into the hands and in the most usable fashion all the way to the right. So it's how every mission is in the business of capturing data. That's why we fund our missions, is to go out and explore and get data and then learn from it. So capturing, curating, and consuming is kind of the big data lifecycle that we're involved with. And how do we optimize all the stuff in between to smartly use what we have, to reduce barriers of entry, to become more agile. And in this are various areas that we're looking at piecemeal in an agile way to enable this. So a couple of examples, starting on the left. We have lots of data sources. NASA has real-time data coming from devices and sensors. We have stuff on the cloud, as you heard on the earlier pitches. We have stuff in databases and files, both structured, semi-structured, unstructured, and then third-party data. We have challenges in understanding that data. So if you look, security is kind of a fundamental thing, kind of starting at the bottom, where you have to look at identity and access and protection. But building on that, you start to look at some of the more data management features, the discovery, the metadata management. These are all important components. So when I was talking with Tom yesterday, as we were rehearsing this pitch for you guys, we kind of got into, you know, some of the questions that he thought would be interesting for this talk would be, what are the areas that we're currently focusing on? Because again, every agency and department is limited on resources, and there are priorities. So really our priorities right now are identifying key data sets and being able to implement FAIR data across the agency. FAIR data meaning find is an acronym: findable, accessible, interoperable, and reusable. That's a very important set of things, and that's what we're marching towards. So this whole thing is set up for us to implement that seemingly simple term, but very complex in practice. So the findability piece is very important. So we'll have a little bit more information on some of the other slides that talk about how those are being addressed. Once you have a comprehensive catalog, the reusability and the accessibility become key. One of the major hurdles to digital transformation is the ability for data to be used and leveraged and understood by the end user to make data-driven decisions. That is one of the main drivers of digital transformation, is to fix that fundamental issue. And that's a culture issue, that's a tooling issue, that's a policy issue, and that's many other things. And so those are also baked into the accessibility piece. And then my teammates in the AIML space can attend to, there's a lots of different ways to really achieve the interoperability and to get the reuse. And those are also important. As taxpayers, we want to ensure that data is being used efficiently, and data could be anything from source code to imagery to mission generated to business data. Lastly, if you look on the data consumers, we are putting a lot of emphasis on the visualization. Currently, right now, with the COVID situation that all of us are facing, we have a renewed interest in very fast velocity situational awareness. And one of the things that NASA struggled to do early on, which I believe we've gotten much better at, is telling data stories with our visualization tier components. Again, this architecture doesn't specify any particular visualization capabilities, but I can tell you that a mix of capabilities are in play, and there's some best practices we're using to do that. Now, one of the things we're really trying hard to not do is hook our visualization and our tools on the right side of the architecture directly up with our data sources. The last thing I'll touch on this is a concept of an enterprise data platform, data governance platform, if you will, that really is set up as an interface between the back-end data sources and the consuming things on the right side, whether those are modeling, analytics tools, data pipelines, spreadsheets, inputs to machine learning algorithms. We want to lower the barrier of entry of the data engineering piece and really try to bolster the ease of use and enable the data science. And that's what we're really shooting for. Okay, next slide, please. So talked a little bit about data governance roles and what we're doing to put some official structure around this. So we've established a data governance board, and the data governance board has met a couple of times now. We're going to meet again in November, and it's become something that's really key to us doing what we're talking about here today. It gets everyone on the same page, and if you go to www.nasa.gov/data, there's a charter document, and we'll tell you a little bit more about it. Apologies for not putting that in here. But our data governance board brings together the heads of departments and the missions to talk about the real and urgent data problems in our agency. What we're currently trying to do, again, this is something that is not just a CIO thing, but an agency thing as part of digital transformation, is to lay out these data problems and start to find solutions in a methodical way, and this is one such set of roles. So we've established a data architecture team. The data architecture team is someone that I work with, and we're really looking at laying out a blueprint. Now, it's not just technical architecture, which is the applications, how the data flows, it's also the business architecture as well. It's taking the business drivers that digital transformation is asking, such as, do I have the latest copy of this data? How do I get access to this data? What format is the data in? Do I have the right skill set to, or the right tool to use this data? Those sorts of things, and looking at those from a tool standpoint, from a policy standpoint, and architecting a solution. The data stewardship team, the second box there along the bottom, is being established, and we're bringing in players from across the agency in finance, in chief engineer's office, in chief scientist's office, OCOM, the mission directorates, and really working together to initially tackle this discoverability challenge. And that's defining what are the high value key data sets that your organizations have. And this is going to be very important. One, not only does it help us meet certain legal obligations with Evidence-Based Policymaking Act, but it also for the first time creates a top level curated catalog that the agency users, many of you on the call or others, even in the public, can look at to start to look at ways to see data sets that the agency has. Although that could be possible right now, it really requires traversal to one to n number of third level domains, science.nasa.gov, pds.nasa.gov, you name it. You have to go to these various sites. We're trying to simplify that, and the data stewardship team is going to be key to that. The next two boxes is really a data request team and analysis group. And this is really the separation between the data engineering and the data science. Right now, one of the challenges is if you want to do data science, you really have to do data engineering, and they're really different specialties. So we're really trying to build some infrastructure and allow data to be staged and housed in a data commons that will allow more low-code approaches, more ubiquitous access to NASA data. And I see Thomas popped up, and I think he wants to chime in and give me a quiz here real quick.
Let's leave it on this slide. I think it really kind of does everything. Great presentation, Jason. So I think you have a really good plan. I see a lot of these plans across government. I think it's a really good plan. How do you, is each of these teams and groups that you've done, is that going to be a kind of a cross-agency group from each of the centers? Is that where you kind of see it?
Yeah, absolutely. This is not any one organization taking the ownership of this. This is really a coalition of the willing.
I love it.
The Data Governance Board being the most formal of these. There's a charter. We've all come together with members, the voting members and ex officio members. And the data architecture team, we have a standards group that we're currently looking at ratifying data discoverability standards so we can have a uniform NASA specific way to tag content. Our data stewardship group is more loosely coupled right now, more ad hoc, but we're starting to quickly formulate that. And of course, the data request team and analysis team, there are various groups across the agency, and we really want to bring those communities together through this and have a one common way approach to do these things. These challenges we have that we're talking about today are going to resonate with many of these groups. And if we could solve them across the board, it's really going to go a long way with bringing these groups together and having better collaboration, Tom.
Yep. So just my final question is, on the Johnson Space Flight Center, why should I devote my time to this? Give me like your top 3 reasons why it'd be worth my time to invest the resources in this. What am I going to get out of it?
Well, it's a good question. And I like Johnson, so I'm not going to, hammer him too hard.
I use that as an example. I pulled that out of a hat. So.
All right. It's one of my favorite places to go. Bottom line is because it's expensive and it takes resources for folks at field centers to go and do things in a duplicative manner. For example, anytime a team has a business need to look at a data set, it requires lots of meetings and lots of discussions to go and convince party A that party B needs access to the data. What would be great is to have some agency level frameworks and policies in place that categorize data roles, and solve an 80% problem there and really have those point-to-point discussions on the real hairy problems, the stuff that's really the edge cases. Also, there's a lot of IT that is being stood up at field centers that are duplicative across field centers, and there's really an opportunity to consolidate those and make consolidated systems that allow us to more smartly use our resources. So those are just a couple of reasons why, and that's not just specific to someone at Johnson. That would be specific to any field center or mission.
Fantastic.
Really,
we actually have one question. Oh, sorry.
Yeah.
I was going to say we have the data governance board. I know they're making the sausage when they're deliberating. Is it accessible to, do you guys have minutes that come out? Is it accessible to the public, or how does that actually work?
Yes, we do. So we do take minutes, and I believe we are planning on publishing those. If we haven't already, I'll have to look and see if that's been done. But I definitely think that would be a good idea, and it's something that we're willing to look at.
Fantastic.
Okay.
Ron agrees. Ron, that was a thumbs up from Ron. So,
okay.
Mr.
That's
Transparency down there. I knew he would agree. Great. Well, thank you, Jason. This is a great thing, and hopefully we can share these slides if that's okay to everybody. I think you guys really have a nice approach. It's about implementation now, and I can see the other side. This is going to really help save some cycles with them, and it's better than going your own way. And like you said, it's a coalition of the willing. You've got to show them value, and it looks like that's what your whole intentions are. Fantastic. Well, that wraps up the morning session. I'm going to make a deal with the audience. It was very important to Ron and the rest of the team that we take a break. People have to catch up at home. Your kids, in my case, it's Matthew. He's in college, so this doesn't really apply. Maybe Matthew has some homework he needs to go over with you. There's some personal things you can attend to. I'll make a deal with you. We will have a countdown. Don't even turn your laptop off. We're going to have a countdown for you, and I think we'll resume at 1 o'clock. That gives you, this is like a touch and go break, but we're going to resume the program promptly at 1. We're just running just a little bit behind. Hopefully it's been worth it to you, and we will see everybody at 1 o'clock. Thank you. Okay, we're gonna get back to it. I guess we got 20 seconds left. I almost felt like, you know, we should have some music like the final countdown. You know that I'm a Gen Xer, you know, the final countdown, total 80s hair band, Europe. But I was overruled on that for some reason. Anyway, we're gonna kick off this afternoon. Hope everybody had a nice break. And we're gonna go into our third panel of the day. It's a power panel. And I'm going to turn this over to Dave Nazapir. Dave's a reporter's reporter over at tech reporter over at FedScoop. Dave, can you? There you are.
Hey, good morning or good afternoon.
It is good afternoon. How are you doing today?
Doing well, doing well. I would have liked the final countdown music as my lead-in.
I know. That would have been really sufficiently cheesy. But anyway, I'm going to turn over to you. There's Mary Davey. Hi, Mary.
Hi, Tom.
Go Hokies.
Go Hokies. That's right.
I'm going to get off. I've had too much coffee. You're in charge, Dave.
All right. Well, thanks, Tom. Excited for this panel today on process transformation, and specifically as it pertains to NASA's overall digital transformation initiative. With us today, we have Mary Davey, the Deputy Associate Administrator of the Mission Support Directorate at NASA, and Nikki Miller, who's an IT specialist at NASA. And with that, I'll just let you guys dive right into your presentation for us.
Okay, thank you. So just a real quick correction. I am the Deputy Associate Administrator for Mission Support Transformation in the Mission Support Directorate at NASA. So there is just a bit of a difference.
Gotcha.
And the kind of new kid on the block. And Tom, I might mention that Jill Marlowe is also a Hokie. And so we've got probably good representation here as usual. So slides, somebody can pull up the slides. We can dive right in. We're going to talk about process transformation. And we can move just straight to the next slide. And it is exactly what it sounds like. So, you know, we're talking about 6 different digital transformation thrust areas today. And as Steve Jerzyk mentioned this morning, process transformation is one of those that cuts across through all the areas. So as you might imagine, NASA as a very large agency with lots of different projects and programs and functions has all kinds of processes, just like any other large organization, and fairly complex. So what we are really looking to do here is look at not only kind of, you know, business and back office processes, what we refer to as mission support and what you might think of when you think of CXO functions, but also other sort of large, you know, functions that support that technical execution of the mission. And, you know, the recognition that there's always an opportunity to do things better or faster, more efficiently, more effectively. And so what we're focused on is a couple things. One is looking for those opportunities in the agency and where we're going to get kind of, you know, the bang for the buck to ultimately enable better mission delivery for the agency, but also how this thrust specifically will integrate with and across all the other thrusts. So that's one thing that we've been working on with our co-thrust leads, are those integration points. So as you can imagine, we have, you know, probably some opportunity here, I'll put it that way, to look at, you know, can we enable a consistent approach to process transformation in the agency? And we'll talk a little bit about some of what we're doing there. And, excuse me, you know, how we document those processes. Another thing that we're kind of dealing with in our challenges, you know, really is what we'd call maybe transformation fatigue. So NASA has undergone a series of transformational initiatives over the years, not to say that it's not constantly transforming and innovating over its 60-year history, but doing things most recently that I'm also involved in, something called the Mission Support Future Architecture Program, where we're really looking at those CXO functions and kind of reorganizing and revamping them. And that has caused a lot of change for a large portion of our workforce. It's affected about 7,000 people across the centers. And so what we want to do, of course, is be mindful of how we approach change, specifically process change. And as we're working through some of those mission support functions, and that reorganization. What that means is moving to, platforms where we can, getting out of legacy systems, and that will require changes for our workforce there. So being mindful of how we move to new systems or implement new processes, and really take advantage of this workforce that is located across the enterprise and leverage those skills and expertise. We've got a lot of work going in the RPA arena as well at NASA, and we'll talk a little bit about that. And then really, this idea of, as we change process and as we find opportunities to optimize and automate, what does that mean to the workforce? What kind of skills will they need as their work changes? And, as we're kind of shifting from that low value to high value work that we call it, what does that mean for people, and what do we expect them to do when their work changes? So really working closely with the culture and workforce team as well on how to pre-position that workforce and plan for these things as we change processes. One of the things I'd also like to point out really is on the goals slide, or the goals section there, and not so much about the numbers. The numbers are still a work in progress, but what we're trying to convey here is we are wanting to quantify the improvement, with the changes that we're making. So for instance, in RPA, you tend to measure things like how many person hours can you save, or what value of capacity can you create as you automate things. And really, looking again toward employee-driven transformation. Where do employees see opportunities for change in their work? And then how do we measure the effectiveness of that, or employee, satisfaction with some of those changes? And then getting into things like, how many applications have we deployed? And again, what does that mean to improvement in the way that we're working in mission execution? So go to the next slide. So I want to focus really on a couple things here. One is the 3 areas in which we're looking at opportunities and process transformation, and then on the future state. And so then Nikki is going to talk about kind of all the in-between of where we are, today, and where we want to be, and what we really see as opportunities for engagement with industry, and some places where you can help. So on the left-hand side, you can see the 3 what we call tracks. We're focused on that strategy and capability infrastructure, and then the tools, and then of course, like I talked about, the workforce and culture aspect of this. So if we go straight to the future state and look at, how we're going to, again, integrate across all the thrust areas, and then where transformation will really start to result in some, measurable, what we're calling time to value. So again, the ability to quantify and measure the changes, that we're making, and really how is that going to help with NASA's, big missions like Artemis Jill talked about this morning. Excuse me. And then really have some infrastructure in place and some ability to be, more consistent in the way that we tackle these things. So, what tools can we provide to the agency? And I don't mean electronic tools, but really, things like playbooks or guides, and how that we want to approach process transformation in the agency, and get sort of a common language and expectation around what that looks like. And then, of course, another big focus for us is, as we're looking at processes, making sure that the employee, as well as our stakeholders, or, what we might call customers, are in the middle of those process changes, and how we are viewing those from that perspective. So a couple of areas, for instance, that we have been I think really successful in, as we went through some of the CXO reorganizations. The procurement organization went through a major transformation, and they've had a lot of success in just doing things from like looking at policy that was in place across all the centers, and coming up with, just a set of policy now that's going to guide the entire agency, right, in procurement. Or looking at the way that they're doing source selection boards. And now really with the, the situation we've been in the last 7 months or so, is moving to a tool set that allows for virtual collaboration and source selection boards, and doing that again in a consistent process, in a consistent way for the agency. That's also going to result in better experience for our industry partners and cost reduction and everything else. We've also had a lot of success with RPA. I mentioned that before. We have recently rolled out a capability. It's a partnership between our NASA Shared Services Center and our CIO's office and the applications office with an enterprise RPA capability. And it's a service so that it allows an organization to kind of run through a series of questions to analyze a process and see if it's really ready to be automated. And then if so, we've got the capability to help develop that automation and roll that out. And so to date, I guess it's been the last really couple of years, they have rolled out about 66 automations, or I should say 15 bots supporting 66 different processes. And primarily that's been in the financial management area, the grants area, procurement, travel. So, and we've got this partnership going now with GSA where they've done a lot of work in this area and are going to be supporting NASA in areas like the Chief Financial Officer, the Chief Human Capital Officer with some process improvement and really looking at ways in which we can continue to just sort of get more momentum around things like optimization and automation there. So a lot of success there as well. And then, as we are kind of rolling this idea out across the agency and making sure that we've got representation from every part of the agency, we are seeing all kinds of ideas, come up, and it's everything from we could use like a standard e-signature workflow process for the agency, all the way to an idea of can we look at really complex things like our flight readiness reviews. So it's one end of the spectrum to another, and I think part of what our challenge is going to be again is to really start to figure out where do we start. And where are we going to really see some good results and ROI for the agency there. So with that, I will turn it over to Nikki to talk about, kind of how we go from where we are today to that future state.
Thanks, Mary. So now that you guys have heard from Mary on our goals and our roadmap, I'll share with you some of the key opportunities that we've identified where we see an opportunity to collaborate. And some of the areas where we want to focus. And I'll start with that first bullet, the development of the process transformation playbook. While we have seen real headway with transformation of processes within many of our CXO organizations at NASA, we're aware that a gap exists. We're really not providing a standardized and integrated approach. And this is where the development of that PTX playbook comes in. We're already partnering with other federal agencies to learn from their experience with their own process transformation. And we're learning from within NASA, within our internal organizations on the modeling that they've used to transform their processes. And we want to continue to learn from industry on best practices and then consolidate all the right bits and pieces and parts from all of that knowledge together into something that's standardized and scalable, a repeatable framework that we can use across NASA. And so I won't touch on all of these, but I will just say, in addition to the playbook, we are looking for best practices for baselining and optimizing processes, for integration within our technical and our mission support organizations, for identifying ideal candidates for robotics process automation, and particularly interested in the design thinking portion, implementation of design thinking in existing development operations to ensure consistent process transformation as we go forward. So basically, as we optimize, we don't want to break it, right? After we optimize and we declare some successes in transformation, we want to keep that momentum up. So how do we ensure that once those processes are optimized and automated, how do we continue to remain integrated and make sure that they're reevaluated over time? So I think now we've come to an opportunity to take some question and answer, Dave.
Great, thank you so much, guys. Just jumping right into things. I'll ask some questions, but we got some questions coming in, so I'll try and mix things up So I'm curious, you mentioned this partnership with GSA and the Cap Goal 6. So I'm wondering, what types of pilots have you guys been identifying through this partnership? And might you be able to give us an example of one or two and what the timeline looks like on those?
Yeah, so for those of you that don't know or maybe don't pay attention too much to the CAP goals, the cross-agency priority goal, GSA is co-leading the shifting from low value to high value work. And they've done a very similar kind of transformation in their CXO organization. And I was there during that period of time. And once they kind of reorganized themselves and started delivering service in the CXO functions, you know, from an enterprise manner, instead of at GSA, it was all kind of regionally based. In the CFO's office, particularly, they started looking at opportunities, you know, again, from an, employee driven, which tends to be a key here. What else could we do differently? What could we do better? What can we get rid of? And then really started to get into RPA. So we have partnered with them under that CAP goal and are learning from all the work that they have done, and have gotten them recently engaged with the NASA CFO team, as well as the NASA Human Capital Officer IT team, who has the Human Capital Officer has an IT roadmap already in place. And so they've done a lot of work and already have a lot of ideas. And so we're going to jump right in and say, okay, what more can we do to help optimize and automate, you know, our human capital processes. And in the CFO's organization, because of the reorg that they went through, they have also recently established process teams and process leads to look at NASA CFO financial processes and opportunities there. And so GSA is going to be starting to support some of that work as well. And we've recently kicked off, and we'll, you know, I think the next step is really to understand what some of the opportunities are and start to prioritize some of those.
Now, you mentioned RPA as well, and I know you've got, I think you said 66 different sort of RPA processes going, as well as AI in the works. And I know that it's one of your goals to sort of implement these projects ahead of other federal agencies, but how are you balancing that desire with the need for security and privacy?
Yeah, I think, you know, that was addressed earlier as well. And it's, you know, it's just got to be baked into everything we do. NASA's had a really strong focus, for instance, on cybersecurity and of course always on privacy. So the partnership there between the NASA OCIO and the NASA Shared Services Center, for example, that is, you know, part of how we roll these things out. And I don't know if Nikki has anything else to add to that more specifically.
Yeah, that's right, Dave. It's baked into the process, particularly from an RPA standpoint. Our enterprise service provider for RPA is within the NASA CIO. So we make sure to have that cybersecurity check baked into that process.
Now, fielding some of the Q&A questions that are coming in, one of the first ones I'm seeing here is DT and PTX planning to recruit or harness the progress of existing initiatives that have similar goals like NASA at Work, NEN, or various other grassroots efforts?
Yeah, that's one of the things that we talked about with our community of practice is just trying to get the awareness of what's already happening and what's already taking place in the good work, so that either it can be shared or that people can start to partner together where it makes sense, where we can learn from each other, and again, where we can start to build in some of these standards and guidance for people. So yes, definitely looking to harness what else is already, you know, happening, or what good results have happened.
And then another one from the Q&A chat box. Are you using ServiceNow workflows to automate processes?
That I do not know. We do have ServiceNow implementation, right? So Nikki may be able to talk more about that.
Yeah, we actually have used ServiceNow for some automation work, particularly at the Shared Services Center.
Another thing I wanted to ask you guys about is I understand that you're developing a workforce strategy to address skills gaps and training needs. What might that look like? Because we've seen some other agencies kind of initiate things like career development programs to fill gaps. Might NASA do something similar? Do you guys have sort of a vision that you think will ultimately play out as you implement the strategy?
Yes, and I'm sure Elizabeth and Ken are going to talk more about that in their workforce and culture presentation. But that is something that we certainly have been talking about with them. And as I mentioned previously, you know, as we look at what process change means, how do you ensure that the workforce is sort of pre-positioned and prepared, or how are we doing that, right, to ensure that people have the right skills or the right training as, you know, maybe their job changes a bit.
Another from the Q&A chat box. Somebody's asking about industry collaboration opportunities. How can they best engage with your team?
The items that Nikki talked about, those will be the things that we will be focused on. And so as we start to determine what our priorities look like and what our resources are to put against those priorities, then you know, folks should expect to see you know, maybe some requirements coming out of us for that.
Another audience question: have you experienced a need to tackle cultural transformation to facilitate process transformation? And how do you view the interaction between culture and process transformation?
Yeah, most definitely. You know, processes can be hard to let go of sometimes when things have been done a certain way for a long time, or if there is, you know, a standard way of doing something, but maybe we need to adopt a different way of doing that. And so that is a big piece, again, of how we communicate what we're doing, how we get people involved in those changes. And then again, really, you know, allowing us to set folks up for success, allowing folks to see, you know, what the result can be, seeing some wins that come out of this. So culture is a huge piece of that. And again, that's why it's one of the 3 tracks that we're focused on, is making sure that, you know, we've got the people readiness factor too.
Now, I know that you mentioned you guys are trying to identify and use automation to identify new processes that are open for automation or ripe for automation. What do you see as sort of the next step beyond RPA? I'm seeing that question in the thread as well.
Part of it has been, you know, working with Ed and the AI team on trying to figure out, you know, what could we implement with RPA? What could we do beyond RPA? Some of that might include AI. So again, I think, you know, it'll just depend on some of the processes that we're looking at, some of the systems that we've got in place, some of the opportunities that are out there, maybe some of the things we haven't really thought of yet. And, you know, again, looking right now at what's happening in mission support and what some of the pain points that have risen up, for instance, you know, with the budget process we just went through was completely virtual. And they got that done on time. You know, they were pivoting fairly quickly, but what came to be, I think, fairly clear was there's still a lot of different ways in which the budget process is handled across the agency. So we then need to kind of take a look at, you know, what do those, not only the processes look like, but what systems are in place, what capabilities are out there, and what would we do to start to map, you know, kind of an end-to-end enterprise process for budget as one example, and then determine where to introduce, you know, different kinds of automation in that process.
Now, Nikki, I know that you mentioned the PTX strategy was on the horizon. What do you see as the timeline for potentially getting that out there, and what do you think needs to happen in the interim before you can put out a final product?
So from the standpoint of the playbook that we're talking about, Mary and I put together a draft timeline where we feel like we can collect the input that we've already gathered from the federal partners, particularly GSA that we've been working with, from interviewing our internal CXO organizations. We can pull all that information together and have a framework in place in about a 6-month time frame. That's what we're thinking. We can pilot that framework with some organizations inside of NASA. We've got 2 who have pretty much volunteered for that, and really flesh it out over the following 6 months. And we feel like within a year time frame from the time that we get started on that activity, we really can gauge the success of that framework and the implementations, and adjust and reiterate.
Another question from the Q&A box: is there an environment that NASA employees and organizations can test out new ideas and technologies beyond just process improvements?
I'm not quite sure I understand that question. If there's a little bit more detail.
What I'll do is, yeah, Steve, if you want to chime in, just providing a little bit more detail on that one, we can circle back to it in a second. What roles do you envision for contractors in organizational transformation regarding finance related processes?
Finance specifically, just based on conversations that we've had with that team there's certainly going to be opportunities for industry. Again, depending on how they prioritize their processes. They've already had, quite a bit of success, and I know that they've got some plans to engage industry in that further. I do not have, specifics just yet, as they're starting to kind of kick off a broader effort and broader team there.
Circling back to the question about is there an environment for new ideas in tech? He's talking about new technologies and applications can have a significant impact on enabling process improvements. Is there an environment that can test out new tech to enable those improvements?
Nikki, I'm not aware of any.
So in our service providing organizations, we do have, adequate sandbox capability, test environment capability, where we do try out some, we pilot, we do proof of concept kind of capabilities there. I would question if we have the right integration in place in that environment so that we make sure all the stakeholder organizations can kind of come in and test it from that process transformation mindset. Right? I'm not sure that that's really something that's targeted today, although we have discussed the need to be able to, almost play a little bit, right? Get out and test out some capabilities. We don't have to be married to everything that we try to implement or that we try to get out and explore.
I do love that idea though. And I think that's something, as we're talking about employee driven transformation, that needs to be part of it.
Now, are you considering 508 compliance with the changes?
Of course.
Absolutely. And I will just add a plug here that we do have a newly installed customer experience lead, I believe is the title within the CIO. His name is Louis Barres. Most of you guys have probably come across Louis at some point in your career, but he presented to the team, to Mary's team recently, his priorities. And I think he's only been in place a couple of months, but one of his heavy focuses is that lift on 508 is to reevaluate a lot of the Office 365 implementation that we've recently done, really looking at some of the collaboration services that we have in place and that we're discussing moving to, and making sure to engage our really robust 508 community that we already have more in the review and the implementation of those products.
How will this be done with existing contracts at the mission level?
So we always like to look for existing contracts and look at scope and capabilities. So any way we can leverage existing contracts, we will certainly do that.
And then we got a recruitment question here. Are there any proactive recruitment or partnering efforts that NASA does with local schools and colleges to obtain new talent?
The answer to that is yes. There is an extensive partnership there. Our Office of STEM Engagement has a lot in that space, especially with interns in that space. NASA Ochiko is using all kinds of different hiring authorities, and part of the resources that we have available to us, things like the Pathways program. So yes, always looking for those kinds of partnerships, as well as how we recruit new staff.
Now I believe we're in our final minute, so I'll just field one more of these Q&A questions. It seems like we can never escape it, but we always get a pandemic question here at the end. And yeah, how is the pandemic affecting how you guys are doing your job right now and influencing these process transformation efforts?
Well, I will say we really haven't missed a beat. And I think we've got numbers from just, across the agency. I think Steve Jerzik talked about it this morning, right? We've got 75 to 80% of our workforce working remotely across all of NASA. And still, as you can see, getting mission done, right? Launching people, working with our external partners and launching. And in terms of what we're doing, it hasn't really impacted us at all. The capabilities and the tools that we have and what the CIO and others have provided to us have really allowed us to continue to do what we do.
Well, thank you guys both so much. I'll flip it back over to Tom here.
Yep. Thank you, Dave. I have the worst job in the world. I got to stop this conversation and no wonder they wanted me to MC. I don't know. It's a thankless job, but this is a great panel. Thank you all. And thank you, Dave. It's kind of funny. We were talking about pandemic. I think it's getting mentioned less and less and less in the presentations. People are just doing their work now. We're talking about the work rather than just kind of being a remote workforce. So very, very interesting. Great. That was a great panel. Our next panel is going to be about the importance of culture and workforce within digital transformation. Very, very key here. And I'm going to turn it over to our moderator, Aaron Boyd. Aaron, hey, you kind of growing the hair out a little bit. Yeah, it's a little bit more wild than usual. He's senior editor for technology and events over at Government Executive Media Group. How are you doing, Aaron?
I'm doing well. You mentioned people are getting oversaturated on the COVID. This is my reminder that things are not normal right now.
Yeah, so. Exactly. Well, I'll turn it over to you, and this looks like you got a great panel ready to roll.
Most definitely. Thanks, Tom. So I am Aaron Boyd, senior editor with NextGov. I'm joined today by two fantastic panelists from NASA. We have Dr. Elizabeth B. Kolmstetter, who is Director of Talent Strategy and Engagement Division in the Office of the Chief Human Capital Officer, and Ken Wright, Agency Lead for Innovation in the Office of the Chief Technologist. We'll also be joined later by Stephen Ellis, who is the Government Solutions Lead at Zoom. So we're going to start off today with presentations from our NASA officials, followed by a Q&A session with all of you. Feel free to drop any questions you think of in the chat as we go along so we can get right to it at the end, because as you can tell, time is short. We want to make sure we can get to those questions. For now, Elizabeth, Ken, would you please kick us off with your presentations?
Hi, everyone. Hope you can see me and hear me. Good to see everyone. Good to be with you to talk about culture and workforce. This is our strategic thrust area, and Ken and I are going to share some of the work that's going on. I was able to hear some of today's session, and one of the common themes, I think I heard the word culture many, many times. So we know, just like Mary and Nikki were presenting on the process thrust, culture and workforce also is very foundational and very much the integrator across all of the efforts in digital transformation. And I think that it's really important to recognize that important linkage of the people with the technology and data is really ultimately what we're trying to achieve. So if I could have the next slide, I will share the, there we go. Okay. Yes. So let's start with what is our vision. Our vision, simply put, is to make sure that our entire workforce has the growth mindset that we need in order to continue to have the ongoing embracing of technology, data, and openness to new ideas and new ways of doing work. The competencies underlying that would be being adaptive, driven, innovative, connected, and open. And I think that you can see that from our goals, very ambitious, and you've heard from a number of our leaders that we have great senior leadership champions, and they really do walk the talk. The importance of this effort for NASA's very mission is utmost. It's imperative. And so what we're trying to do is help the workforce understand the why. In order to get this kind of transformation to really take hold, people have to understand why. What is it going to make a difference about? And especially at NASA, we've had so much success for 60 years, and we've got the best talent, and we're really engaged in our mission. And so sometimes it's a little hard to convince people that it's time to do some things differently, and there's some new tools and there's some new ways. And so you have to have people really get through an experience. And so we're really embracing experiential learning to do that culture or mindset shift to the openness to, oh, now I get it. Wow, really? This can help me do my job? Or I just got connected to a whole group I didn't even know was taking on a problem set that was connected to my problem set. So it's sort of those, those creating those aha moments and the experiential. And so we really know that that's part of underlying a culture transformation. We also are really honing in on the digital competencies, recognizing we have 5 generations in the workforce at the same time. And at NASA, we have I would say the majority of our workforce is a permanent civil service workforce. In terms of civil servant, I'm sorry, we have wonderful contractor partners as well. But the civil servants tend to be permanent. And that means they come for 25 to 30 years. Our average age is over 50. Our turnover is 4 to 6% annually. So we have people who come, they love it at NASA, and they stay at NASA, and it's a great place to work too. So, so you can imagine, because people have come and they love what they're doing and they've had success, that again, it's hard to explain, no, we're going to do some things differently. And the pace of the technology and the data, the big data everywhere is really taking on, of course, new speed. And so really getting people with the digital comfort, digital competencies and readiness to embrace that and figure out and constantly think about how that can enable and they're part of their work. And of course, giving them the tools and the capabilities together is really going to create that success. So that's a little bit of the framing. Of course, I've mentioned a few of our challenges. Culture itself is a challenge. Again, we have people who have been here for a long time and things have worked really well. And so they're kind of like, hey, what's broken? What's the problem? It's going well. And so they're not really seeing what has to be solved as it's really a new way of doing work. It's a new way of our agency operating. And so that's part of, again, creating lots of these wonderful opportunities for people to engage and have those experiences to actually then have those aha moments. We do have, as Mary and the others were talking about, we have processes that have been in place for a long time. We have, some technology and some of the way that we do things, again, all embedded. And so it's kind of shifting everything and trying to make sense or do some sense making for the workforce so that it's not overwhelming. Because as soon as you say, well, here comes another big transformation, another big change effort, it gets overwhelming. And they're kind of like, uh-oh, I'm at guard now. How's this going to change what I've already gotten comfortable and good at? So we're kind of, again, trying to say these are really opportunities, experiences, and doing it in that way, rather than calling it another big change effort, but bringing the culture and awareness through our workforce, through what they're doing, what they want to do. I want to share an example for you, if I can have the next slide, and show an example of what we're doing in my office and the Chief Human Capital Officer. And this is something that we launched just a year ago, and it's probably not unfamiliar to many of you in your organizations have talent platforms that enable talent mobility and the movement and the matching of talent to assignments and skills to work. And so we have just started that at NASA in the last year. You know why? Because we grew up with 10 space and research centers, and each one of those are cylinders of excellence. We rather call them that than silos, but they have created their own cultures and their own ways of doing things and their own way of managing their workforce, including career moves and training opportunities and mentoring tended to be within each of our centers. Now we have said, no, we got to open up the aperture. We got to be able to move our talent to our mission wherever it is. And we got to start putting different talent teams together. And people expect more transparency and access to those opportunities, because as we know, employees are looking for experiences and not necessarily one-track careers anymore. And gosh, does NASA have a wealth of opportunities, all sorts of different centers and mission sets. And so people don't want to be stovepipe. They want to explore and try different things, and we need them to. So this talent marketplace is not only giving our employees a way to open up their mindset through experiences that may not be at their center, may not even be in their normal expert group, but maybe on a multidisciplinary team, maybe in a detail, we call them a detail, which is a rotational assignment to some big tiger team that needs to be done to think about something differently. So that's part of the culture shift. At the same time, we're using AIML in some pilots with this to really understand what skills the work needs and what skills our workforce have, and start to do some of this really neat system matching to try to find a way to not only push opportunities to the right people who are seeking them and have the capability, but also for managers to get a pull of, here's some people you should talk to. They may not be in your normal network, but here's some people who have some skills and some experiences and are looking for the kind of thing that you're looking to fill. And so we really see this as using, again, AIML and the wealth of opportunity there to really transform the way our talent matches to the work. And so you can see some of the quantifiable benefits just in a year. We have a lot of interest in this. We are still working through, of course, there's always things to work through in terms of getting these opportunities posted and filled, but there is a lot of interest in this. And again, we have this wonderful kind of change opportunity with the COVID-19 making us all being virtual, just as we are today. There's actually a lot of managers who are going, you know what, maybe I don't have to have these new teammates in person geographically at my center. Their minds are being open to, hey, maybe someone from another center has some skills or have some different perspectives that I could use. And so they're posting opportunities on Talent Marketplace for the whole agency, which is what we're promoting. So that they're also expanding the network. So I always think, hey, don't let a good crisis go to waste, and see if we can't try some experiments and some new ways of actually moving our talent around during this time, because we're, as we heard, about 80% still virtual now. And so again, it's really, I think, opening up opportunities that people maybe in the past hadn't actually thought would work for them. I want to turn it over to Ken now to share with you some of the work he's doing related to our culture and workforce. Thanks.
Thank you, Elizabeth, and I really appreciate that, and it's been a pleasure working with Elizabeth and the OCHICO team. I'm in the Office of Chief Technologist, and I can take the next slide, please. The OCT, as we lovingly call it, has been tasked with generating the innovation framework for the agency. And one of the first things that we did was say, what is innovation from a NASA perspective? Because we hear innovation on everything from dog food commercials to cars to everything else. From a NASA perspective, we came up with innovation is transforming diverse ideas into value. And it's key here, we're talking about transformation. And even before we were aligned with the Transformation Act closely as we now, transform was a key element of our innovation strategy for the agency. And also the diversity piece, right? Because we're all about making sure that we get ideas not just from our traditional sources, but also from a broader ecosystem of available ideas out there available to us. And not just having ideas, but having those ideas that are closely linked to a value proposition for the agency. So I just want to talk a little bit about the 5 top-level components of this innovation framework, which also is can be adopted to transformation in many areas. Start with clarifying how do we find change that increases the diversity of ideas that could be listening together. I love the tech chip example that our friend talked about. And it was a challenging tape industry get consolidated to fabricating a chip because we all like it, right? But it's just some mechanism to getting the chip
Hey, Ken? Ken? Sorry, I just wanted to pause there. You're breaking up quite a bit, and it's quite hard to hear you. If this is the way it is, it's going to be the way it is, and we'll try to hear as best we can. If there's any chance you could get closer to your router or anything like that, it might help us. But we're just having a bit of trouble hearing you.
Yeah. Aaron, this is Tom. Maybe Ken, you can use a dial-in number. We'll text it to you right now, and you could just dial in, and we can get back to you. That might be the easiest. That's good for redundancy.
Okay. And I will also stop my video and shut off my incoming audios to try to videos to see if that might help as well.
I mean, already we can hear you a bit better if you've been doing stuff.
All right, so I just did both of those. If you can, how's that now?
Much better, much better. Let's see if this works for
All
now.
right.
And if it doesn't, we'll have you call in, and Elizabeth and I will chat for a bit. But for now, this sounds like it's working.
Okay, sounds good. Do I need to go back to the first part? Y'all heard enough to kind of get me going here?
If you could go back about 60 seconds, that'd be great.
All right, sounds good. So when we talk about innovation, we're basically talking about how we transform these diverse ideas into value. Starts off with our framework here. The first step is how do we clarify the need in a way that actually defines the challenge in a way to increase the diversity of ideas associated with that particular challenge. And so we use this example of potato chips that was often done by the folks down at COSI, where there was a challenge in the potato chip industry of how do you get the grease off potato chips without breaking the chips. Of course, they did an open innovation challenge and said, hey, how do you get grease off potato chips? And most of the ideas that came back were from the folks who worked in the potato chip industry that identified some method of shaking to get the grease off, nothing really innovative. But then they sent out another call and said, how do you get a viscous fluid off of a delicate wafer? No reference to potato chips. And you can imagine there were all types of ideas that came in, and actually the idea that was most innovative that's actually adopted by the industry was using generating an acoustic frequency at the resonant frequency of the grease, and the grease just pops off the potato chips. So with our framework, one of the first things we're trying to do is make sure we clarify the need in a way that really opens up the space of those who could address that challenge in a broader context. And then, of course, we always have been hearing about this ecosystem. The pace of innovation is increasing all around us. How do we make sure that we can link into those who can really address those broad challenges that we're defining? And so we're looking for ways to link into the ecosystems. We're developing an innovation portal. I know someone mentioned earlier about a sandbox or an area to play. That's one of the things that we're incorporating into our agency innovation portal that will allow people to go in and experiment and share ideas among those in the agency more effectively. And also been working with other agencies to connect to similar type portals that are out there in DoD and other agencies. So with that, we're also incorporating some of the AI ML algorithms. We've got LDA and Dr. Beck currently as modular AI algorithms associated with that ecosystem. But again, that leverages some of the other thrust areas that you also have been hearing about in terms of transformation. The next step is looking at our future state. I know Mary was talking about the future states, and that's one of the key things that we think helps drive innovation, when you can allow people to dream, think about what the future could look like. And we were looking at a recent TED Talk, and the speaker said, imagine if Martin Luther King Jr. said, I have a plan instead I have a dream. And the effect is different because it inspires people to actually dream out of what's in the realm of possibility. So once you actually define these future states, then it's about developing these experiments. And experiments are associated with learning, and not just the prototypes and the pilot programs, but really sharing the learnings more effectively and learning from these things and saying it's okay to fail. So that's a key aspect of it as we move forward. So I just want to quickly give you an example. Next slide, please. Of an experiment that we did with the Science Mission Directorate to expand the people and the organizations that typically could address some of the challenges faced in the Science Mission Directorate. So they developed an entrepreneur's challenge where there was a pitch day competition, $100,000 prize money on the spot awarded without going through the traditional procurement process. And they were really surprised in some senses by the number of companies that addressed these challenges with excellent ideas that were novel concepts and had never worked with NASA before. So these are the types of things we're doing as we talk about culture and workforce. How do we expose our workforce and the culture of our workforce, as well as the external partners, to ideas that we have to work better in a more collaborative way and adopt that as part of our culture as we move forward? Next slide, please. So I think Elizabeth and I are kind of going to talk this one together, but in terms of industry, we're always looking for ways to build these partnerships and have more effective partnerships. One of the key things that we really enjoyed about the previously mentioned example with SMD was the fact that the companies that won the pitch day, it didn't just stop with winning the award. There was a mechanism in place to help guide those companies through the process, including things like SBIR to help integrate them into NASA pipeline. There's also been a lot of talk about how do we exchange talent and potentially have rotations with industry and universities more effectively. So those are the types of things that we're looking at, and we're always looking for ideas. So as we open up the space for questions, one of the things that we were looking at is, what do you see as opportunities for partnerships with NASA? And some of the other questions are about rewarding employees with innovation time. That's one of the things we struggle with as an agency. You know, there's a lot of uncertainty as to, do you need a special WBS to be innovative? I was always hoping we didn't have to have that. But in some sense, people, if you don't have a WBS or a work breakdown, a code to charge to, then maybe I can't be innovative. That's a culture piece that we are trying to break down within the agency, because everyone should be thinking about how they can add value to our mission. And of course, the risk-taking piece, that how do you establish a policy where we know when there are high dollar human lives on the line, that's not the time to take risks. But somewhere in our portfolio, it's okay to fail as long as we share the lessons learned and really share those lessons more rapidly. So Elizabeth, I'll turn it back over to you and see if there's anything else we wanted to hit before we open up for questions.
No, I think you did a great job. Thank you, Ken. Let's turn it back to Aaron and see how he would like to host some questions. I'm not sure if anybody.
So there were a couple of things that I wanted to chat about with both of you while I got you here. I'll take moderator's privilege to kick this off. We do have a couple of questions trickling in, but just a few as yet. I think people were focused on the presentation and not on typing into the chat window. So if you have questions, get those in now, because I've just got a couple that I want to get through first. And a reminder as well, we also have Stephen Ellis from Zoom who's going to be joining us at this point. Stephen, thanks for joining us, and feel free to jump in with insights as you have them. First off, I wanted to just first to Elizabeth, you mentioned that you don't want to call it a culture change, right? And you called, I love this, cylinders, not silos, right? Cylinders of excellence, I think it was. How important is that? Because we can laugh and we can joke about trying to get around buzzwords, but particularly when you're dealing with things where people come with all these preconceived notions, how important have you found it to just change the way you talk about these things, and what's the reception been?
Let me make sure. Oh, I'm not sure if my video is working. Oh dear, there may be a delay. Well, I can go ahead, and I don't want to waste time. Yeah, I think that the idea was that as you've heard, there's a lot of change going on, and we've been doing a lot of transformation, really big change efforts that are truly coming out in a different place for NASA. So I think Mary called it change fatigue, or the compounding of change. And so we're thinking that if we use exciting words like innovation, like we are setting up hackathons where we can just create for a day new ways of doing things, we're going to get to where we want to go with these types of experiences. That's what we hear. Employees want new experiences. They want to try things, and providing those opportunities just seems to me more of a pull than putting up the defenses when you say, okay, now we're going to preach at you about how this digital transformation culture change is going to work and what we need you to do to change. You need these skills and you need these competencies, and we're going to have a mind, and sort of it sounds too academic or prescribed. And that is not a NASA way. NASA has so many talented people who are so creative and such high achieving that they would rather be given a problem to go solve than to be sitting told we're going to do things differently. So I think we're trying to NASA-tize our effort here. And I've been in a number of agencies, and they all have different cultures and different things work for different points in time. But I think that, again, using this experience of virtual, having had so many managers, we're a real hands-on, people-connected agency. So many managers really didn't embrace telework in a way that we now are. And again, just using examples of, hey, before this, you really remember you didn't think that you could get your work done without people coming in person every day. And now they're seeing that. So using the examples that people are experiencing helps them understand that it's really, there are different ways, and using Teams and Zoom and WebEx and getting comfortable with that is not so hard. You know, it's not so hard.
Yeah.
And that's the kind of thing that we know what the barriers are to culture change. So kind of taking them on and giving people those opportunities to experience them and try them. And we do, as Ken said, not everything's working. And we have to embrace that failing is a really great way to learn things and retry, do something different.
Yeah. You know,
absolutely.
I'll go to you in just a second, Stephen, but I did want to just harp on something there with you, Elizabeth, because you started going into an area that was one of the questions that's been asked in the chat so far, which is, can you share some specific examples of experiential learning? I'd be interested to hear, because we don't have a whole lot of time, and I want to make sure I get to our other two as well. If you could give one example of experiential learning that you found interesting and invigorating, and if you could also give a second one that's post-pandemic. Right? How are you doing experiential learning with everybody at home?
Right. So we really are adopting the 70-20-10 model, where 70% of learning happens on the job through experiences, 20% mentoring and coaching, 10% really through formal training courses. So if 70% of our learning really happens by doing, then we are really using Talent Marketplace as a way to encourage employees to go outside of their traditional job assignments, look at a task force or a tiger team, a working group, or a short-term detail, and take that assignment. And that's the experiential learning. I mean, we have a lot of examples of where people are putting forth their, bidding on or putting forth their application, which is really easy. It's a couple clicks, and taking an opportunity that they may not have been so sure about, and trying something and then learning from that. So that's what the experiential learning is, through assignments. And we have short-term assignments. We just posted, you asked about what's different in the post-COVID. We started on Talent Marketplace back in March, April, posting virtual micro opportunities, VMOs. We love acronyms. Like every good agency.
Right.
And those are 30 days or less assignments. What we realized was, because we were really mandatory telework, not everybody could get to their lab or to their role on site. And so there was going to be some empty time, if you will, where they weren't fully occupied. We started saying, hey, if you have work that needs to be done, post them. There's people out there who want to work. That's, again, NASA, high achieving, really love the mission, want to contribute. So we started posting those, and it's not a lot of people in there, but there are starting to be some opportunities to try something different. Some of the jobs are just, we need documentation. We need to do some digitization of some of the documents. Great. But you know what? They're expanding their network, and they're coming out saying, I never would have had an opportunity to work with those really great people at Goddard that I never knew before, because I took time.
Trying new things they didn't think that they'd enjoy, right? That kind of thing.
Right.
Also, if you're not at NASA, but this sounds like an interesting idea for you, it sounds a whole lot like OPM's Open Opportunities,
yes.
Which is a government-wide program. So you can even go interagency with that. There's a whole lot of opportunities. So if you're not NASA, check out Open Opportunities. Stephen, I encourage you to jump in before and then cut you off. Go ahead.
Sure. No, absolutely. So, just again, thrilled to be part of this panel here. So thanks for allowing me to spend a few moments with you all. It's funny, we use the word teleworking, and really I think we've transformed what that is, because we have this word, and it sort of signifies maybe someone some time ago who was a single remote person who was doing some discrete task elsewhere. And now we've moved to a virtual officing, I think, which is a much more apropos, it's sort of term to capture the fact that we're all working in different moments. I think it was 20% was the term that was said. We're at home. Long term, how's that going to change? Are we going to go back to 100%? I really just don't think that'll happen. It'll probably be 50, 60%, but still a substantial amount of people virtual officing. So it's really interesting to see that. Now, as a representative of industry, what we have to do for you is to make sure that our systems and that our processes are intuitive and our products are intuitive for that new for this new reality, right? So just as, for example, I had the opportunity to spend some time in Canberra at the Deep Space Communication Complex with my daughter, and we got a fair number of these pictures. My daughter really loved them, of sort of using infrared light to take pictures of some of the meteors out there, and fascinating images. Now, if you, instead of reproducing those images in infrared on paper, which I don't think is even technically possible, it would be invisible to a human being. So you have to take, you can't just reproduce one-to-one. You have to take that image, and then you have to modify it in such a way that it is intuitive for a human user to sort of engage with that image. And so you're using false color and different things. And that same sort of view that NASA is doing on the science side, industry needs to do to make our tools, intuitive for you all to thrive in a remote situation where different people are in different locations. They're still collaborating as a team. They're still able to sort of maximize the intuitive nature of human interaction. They're still able to feel connected, feel part of a team, and have that culture of camaraderie. We're able to put platforms together that allow the transformation, the cultural transformation, the workforce transformation, the career transformations that need to happen. And also for that, we need to have moments where we can see if, someone's not having the best day, can that virtual pat on the back to say, hey, how are you doing? And so our tools need to use that. The support needs to be intuitive, because instead of going down the hall, that's all virtual now. So these all have to come together in a way that's very intuitive.
And I think, to that point as well, as we have people, I was thinking that extends, and I can think of two ways that extends specifically to what Elizabeth was talking about with experiential learning, right? One, we're all at home. I don't have a commute in the morning. I can use that. I go from Virginia to DC. I can use that 2 to 3 hours to do something different and fun. But if it's not something that I know, that I'm experienced with, to your point, having those tools that are streamlined and easier to use can help me break into it and see if it's something I like without needing that high level expertise. We are already out of time, but I'm going to just annoy our ATARC friends and slip one quick one into you, Ken. You mentioned a lot about all the innovative work you're doing with your teams. What's some of the things that you've learned from Elizabeth and other human capital leaders about bringing in innovative people? And conversely, what can you teach them about ways to innovate that process for how they get people new experiences and new training?
That's a great question. And I think it starts with, just being able to get that perspective from the human capital side of how big the issue is that they're trying to address. To really be effective, we have a huge organization with multiple centers. You have contractor workforce, civil servant workforce, external partners. So with that realization, you realize, how do we set something up, and we don't have unlimited budgets, right? You have very tight budgets, especially on the mission support side, it seems like, that's where a lot of the things get implemented. How do you work within that budget to really make maximum progress towards achieving those future states that you address? So, and so with that mindset, I think that's one thing I learned from them, is that how can we be most effective in really utilizing the resources and leveraging the inputs from our other stakeholders. And I think that's one of the key things that we've tried to do, is establish these communities, because in a virtual environment, it's very easy to just work alone at home all day without the interaction that you have with the broader community. So we've established some more additional communities of practice, and really trying to refocus that to allow us to leverage this fact that we don't have center roles and responsibilities necessarily as structured as before, because we're all on an equal playing field. We could be working across the country and talking with someone a lot more readily than we have been in the past. So those are two key elements.
Fantastic. I could spend at least another half an hour enjoying this conversation with all of you, but we do have to move on. So Tom, I'm going to throw it back to you.
Thanks, Aaron. That's a great panel. Actually, you alerted me that the panel was almost over. I was so engrossed in your conversation, I wasn't paying attention.
It would have been easily to just keep going. Yeah.
Yep. And good to see you, Stephen. Okay. Next up, thank you, Aaron, and the panel. So it's fantastic. Next up, we're going to hear from another emerging technology talk. It's actually our last one of the day. And joining us is Matt Mandrock, who's head of U.S. Federal in Zoom. How are you doing today, Matt?
Well, Tom, thank you guys, and it's an honor to be here with the NASA team and ATARC.
Great, great. And Matt, I know we want to hear some of your perspectives, what you've seen across government, but also across industry since pandemic. So really looking forward to your talk. Thank you.
Absolutely. So welcome everyone. Again, my name is Matt Mandrock, the head of U.S. Federal for Zoom. And appreciate the opportunity to talk a little about transformation and collaboration and this new business and mission continuity paradigm. So this pandemic, as Elizabeth kind of mentioned, while it was, how do you take advantage of something? It's been a challenge and devastating to all segments, not just government and industry, but it's put tremendous stress around quickly adapting to these new dynamics. The work from home, hybrid environments have wreaked havoc for many. I want to share just a couple of thoughts that I hear consistently across, not only from government agencies and military services, but I also hear from my peers as running different segments across the United States. One of the first ones is end user complexity, where the challenge with collaboration really meets the challenges around that complexity, touching different buttons, having to do different things, being able to log in, needing multiple touches to do things is a big challenge for everyone. What people also found were costly legacy telephony systems on site that could not scale to telework. So they have these large systems, and people in some of these cases where we had a large industry organization had over 170,000 people, moved everybody home over a week, and all of their systems had to sit on site while they transformed into what they had to do for the next paradigm that they were faced with. The next is separate web meeting solutions that don't meet the new continuity needs. Some of these scales, and I'll talk about these others in a second. Security at all layers. This not only comes into what your system are, but where do you pass that all the way down to the person who's running that host meeting and being able to control the security across what they can do in that meeting. And we did this across, we just trained close to 90,000 teachers and educators this past summer before the school year started, just on these type of things so they can help their students and also protect the information in their individuals. And the last is multiple platforms that don't either integrate or provide scalability and flexibility. So when I kind of narrow it down to those, all these different challenges you're faced with, and I think, I'll sum up into 5 things that kind of touch on what, as you're going through this transformation, it's simplicity, being able to scale, innovation, extendable, and security. So based on simplicity, as Stephen kind of mentioned earlier in the previous call, the intuitive design quickly adopts for ease of use for manageability and capabilities. So when you have adoptability, people become more engaged. They build stronger connections. They build stronger engagement and more impactful results. And all of this without any type of complex training, unnatural change management, hidden adoption cost. We saw this in one of the agencies where they sent a couple thousand people home. And what they found was that the productivity, they were seeing that there wasn't any type of degradation in the productivity. But what they also found when really looking at this and looking outside of it, and I think Elizabeth mentioned this in the previous call, you start to look at the skill sets. So they started to think through, if we can keep up the same productivity, can we hire skill sets that may not want to move to the DC area and still have that productivity? So you start to look at that from a NASA perspective that, hey, if I'm living one place and I may be able to collaborate somewhere else, if they want me to work there, do I have to go there and work specifically, or can I do that remotely from where I am? The next is scalability. When people think of scalability, they think of the data center footprint, redundancy, reliability, all this built into it. But what scalability really focuses in on is the infrastructure that delivers and anticipates user needs. So for instance, we saw that during this pandemic, CDC having to present to 20,000 people on a daily basis on their what's going on a daily basis. Large groups, town halls that were going for large webinars that were going from 5, 10, 20, 30,000 people that they had to get in front of people. And part of this connection, I think, as we were mentioning in the previous call, this interusual connection that people want to feel part of something. They want to feel part of what's understanding the communications. And this is where the technology and the scalability allows you to do this quickly. I witnessed firsthand where, we at Zoom had 6,000 servers in one weekend to handle a lot of this type of scale. The third is innovation. So in innovation, you think of speed and scale at the same time. And I think in the previous conversation, they mentioned, how do we get smart people doing things? And so we start to look at innovation where, we came out with things such as virtual backgrounds, breakout rooms, gallery view, noise suppression, things that are anticipating all these things. But what we found in some of these, in the government side, is the commercial side of many of the solution vendors have in their commercial side innovation takes time to transfer over to, let's say, a FedRAMP version of that, where it can take months, if not longer, to do that. Part of that is, how do you take that transformation and innovation and move it in a very short amount of time, 2, 3, 4 weeks, and give that same capability to your end users and allowing them to adapt to the ever-changing environment they're in. Extendability, one of the things that we're seeing more and more is, how do people leverage their internal applications, APIs that you may have made an investment. How do you leverage that investment you've made and tie it in? A great example of this is in our healthcare side, where in Epic, which is a large electronic medical record system, people were able to integrate our platform into that, where they went from a couple, thousand views, that clinical engagements, to over 8.5 million in that time frame. So being able to extend that capability out across multiple platforms. And the last is security. I'll share that, when you look at security, it's not just, hey, you have all these secure routers, you have firewalls, all these things out there. What are the capabilities you give all the way down to your administrators and your meeting host to have controls, such as toolbars, being able to control who can come in and out of a meeting in a waiting room? How do you connect and to people not do things so there's no meeting disruptions? These are all types of the innovation components and the security that tie across there, and being able to get to the next level of security. So, from this transformational component, we're seeing customers who are moving across US courts, legislators, end user customers, people who are getting in front of town halls, major decisions that are being made across in this transformational component that allows individuals to get information, to communicate, to collaborate across all these different platforms. So with that, Tom, I wanted to spend a couple minutes sharing a couple of these thoughts of what we're seeing across industry and such. And I do appreciate the opportunity to be able to speak here with the NASA team. I hope everybody is home safe and healthy.
Thank you, Matt. And we did get a question. How long have you Zoom for Government's FedRAMP certified? Where are you in the certification process? And oh, by the way, we use the FedRAMP version of Zoom, but we had a question in that.
Great question. So we have been FedRAMP Impact Level 2 moderate since April of 2019. One of the key great things that we are doing is moving to Impact Level 4. So this is an important part to really understand what we're doing here. This will allow at Impact Level 4, CUI, so controlled unclassified information, as well as FOUO, for official use only conversations. So this really takes Impact Level 2, really kind of, I'll say in the FedRAMP, gets you in the game. At the end of this month, beginning of November, we will have the Impact Level 4 authorization and be able to have those conversations. So I think it's important, especially with NASA and some of the other areas, that people understand that next platform, and we're constantly, and that all transpired over a very short amount of time from feedback from the government agencies of what they're asking us to go to the next level for security.
Great. Well, thank you for that, Matt. And thank you to all the industry partners that work with ATARC and the federal government. We definitely have worked with them on getting the right certifications for you. And I do have to add that these companies that are part of ATARC, this is not an endorsement by the agency. We've asked that we get some industry participation and try to make these things as informative and brief as possible and as powerful to you. But once again, these are not any kind of official endorsements from NASA. Definitely had to get that out. I didn't get a chance to talk about that before. In our next panel, we have with us Nicole Johnson. Nicole is a managing editor over at GovLoop, and Nicole is a veteran of this industry. She's a reporter's reporter too. How are you doing today, Nicole?
Doing well. Of course, they've started mowing my lawn like at just the precise time. I promise they're like little elves that know anytime I'm gonna turn on a camera, but things are good. Can't complain.
Yep, it looks like you've like moved to your auxiliary area there to do webcasts that are like
I have a
away
new
from the window.
setup. I have a ring light too. I'm feeling very official, so this is nice.
Good,
This is nice.
good, good. Well, I will turn it over to you. Thank you.
All right, sounds good. Thank you, Tom, and thank you to everyone for joining us today and for sticking around for the afternoon sessions. I'm going to go ahead and dive in. I know we don't have a ton of time, but with this panel, we will explore what it really means to have model-based everything. So our experts today will discuss what MBX is, the importance of moving toward MBX, the challenges, and what that looks like at NASA. So I will briefly introduce our speakers as they go ahead and turn their cameras on. I see them logged in. We have Tony DeVenti. He is Reliability and Maintainability Technical Fellow, Office of Safety and Mission Assurance. Jay Pittman, Assistant Director for Strategy at Goddard Space Flight Center, and Terry Hill, Branch Chief of Engineering Directorate, Policies, Processes, and Tools. So after our speakers present, we'll go ahead and open up to Q&A, so make sure to submit those questions. And with that, I will turn things over to you, Tony.
Hi, good afternoon, everyone. It's my pleasure to be here today. So my name is Tony DeVenti. So given the newness of model-based anything, or MBX as we like to call it at NASA, we have elected to use a brief animation. I'm crossing my fingers that everything works okay to describe this digital transformation area. So if we could go to the next slide. So what is model-based anything? To begin our story, we start with the description of NASA. You could hit click. A diverse set of organizations with lots of different functions, geographically distributed, everyone having limited insight, and some duplication. You could hit click again. So let's take a procurement example, buying a board. In this example, knowledge related to performance, schedule, and other important information has to be shared and orchestrated amongst all stakeholders. If you could hit click again. There is a need to adhere to NASA policies, meet project schedules, meet subject matter expert needs, etc. In short, it's complicated. You know, how often does data need to change hands from one organization to another? How well do we manage associated complexities? How fast do we need to keep up to make sure everything's running smoothly? If you could hit click again. And then one more, yep, perfect. So unfortunately, this is situation normal for NASA. If you could hit click one more time. While every function has similar inputs and outputs, and most functions use digital models of some kind, there's often a lack of consistency, and/or there are challenges associated with timeliness, interface exchanges, and validations. These issues are largely centered around the lack of standard interfaces and/or the lack of authoritative sources of models and data. Click. So fortunately, NASA has already started the shift towards enterprise functions in many areas. If you could hit click. And we believe this shift is going to be very effective as it helps us target elimination of duplication, standardization of processes, and identification of integration and/or interoperability opportunities across the agency. So if you hit click again. So the first steps on this journey towards consolidation and looking towards enterprise solutions is to begin organizing the enterprise shifts into functions from which to facilitate change. So if you click one more time. So we do have these emerging domains, if you will, that are being created across the agency. We have, moving from left to right, model-based talent management, model-based acquisition, model-based program management, model-based systems engineering, model-based mission assurance, model-based design engineering, and model-based discipline engineering. Click. So we see the end game as a transformational framework. If you could click again, where the inputs from one functional area become real-time inputs to other functional areas, where digital workflows begin to be created in the areas of, and you can see we have this nice pyramid here, and you can see it's all nicely connected together. So again, moving from left to right, you see institutional management. And if you could hit click again, and then on the right side, you see mission management. And then on the back side of that pyramid, we have engineering management. So we've just did a little flip there. So you see engineering management now on the right. And all of this is built on what we call our enterprise architectural framework. So essentially, our vision is different views, same goals, all connected through this enterprise model-based environment, which will provide seamless, timely, and error-free knowledge in support of agency mission goals and decision-making. Next slide. One more time, sorry. So our way forward, and one more time, is to move from situation normal, where functions are often manually integrated and not well synchronized, to our first steps, where we accelerate the use of digitally integrated and/or interoperable models, to our end game, where we transform to a model-based enterprise environment, resulting in real-time decision-making that meets our ever-increasing need for speed, accuracy, and agility. And I'm pleased to announce that with me today on the panel from our Enterprise Architectural Foundation is Jay Pittman, and then from our engineering domain, which is on now the backside of the pyramid, we have Terry Hill, who's actually from our MBS leadership team. So we'll all be available to answer questions in a short moment. But moving on to our next slide, I just want to share with everyone our NASA MBX quad chart. I think you've seen something very similar from all of the other thrust areas. And this is used to summarize much of what I've already presented. You know, in the upper left, we have, you know, some of the definitions that are emerging across NASA. On the upper right, we have our MBX vision. On the lower left, we have what we see as some of our key challenges and gap areas that we're solving through the development of a strategic roadmap, which I'll share shortly. And then on the bottom right, we have our goals. And what we're really hoping to do is link these goals with the notional types of metrics you see there in blue. Next slide. So to help achieve our vision and address our challenges and gaps, we have developed this corresponding roadmap, and we have elected to focus on three primary track areas, if you will. So you can see the three primary rows. The first is workforce. That we're looking at ensuring that our workforce is flexible and available to develop and use MBX tools at all levels. And then in the middle, you see our process track. Here we're looking at how to codify our processes to ensure our data, models, and decisions are being built towards integrating MBX into everything we do. And finally, the bottom row, if you will, is our tools and infrastructure track, where we're looking to build the backbone for our MBX capabilities. And then next slide, and we're almost done. We've put together and I want to stress that this is notional at this point, MBX maturity scale that describes what we consider to be the organizational behaviors that we would expect to see over our transformation journey to help describe and take stock of our progress along the way. And at this point, that is it for our slide presentation. We did put together some polling questions to see where we could potentially collaborate with other agency partners, and I'd like to transition over to my partner Terry Hill, and I think he was going to talk to the poll questions that we wanted to post, if you have those, Nicole.
Yeah, so I'm in touch with my back-end folks, and it looks like we do not have poll questions, but that doesn't mean that we cannot ask the questions and invite our attendees to respond in the chat to kind of get some responses going. So we can still have this be conversational, even though we don't have the poll. How does that sound?
Okay. Oh, that sounds great. I don't have them handy. So I can attempt to pull those up while maybe we start taking questions, and then in parallel I could pull up our poll questions.
That sounds good. We're real time doing MBX right here. You know, we're being agile and making it work. So I'm totally fine with that. Let me go ahead and start with the question as folks get theirs submitted. Actually, wait, I have one that came in from my new friend Karen. I'll go ahead and start with her question and then go to mine. So Karen asked, how does the MBX team interact with the other thrust areas? So giving us an idea of how that team, which I saw later down in the chart when it gets formed, but how does that team interact with the other areas?
How do we act with the other digital transformation teams?
So she asked, how does the MBX team interact with the other thrust areas?
Okay. Yeah, so at NASA we have, we have each of the digital thrust areas, and we're one of those. And then kind of we have above all that, reporting to the NASA front office, or what we like to say the A-suite, is our digital transformation office. So we have a digital transformation officer, Jill Marlowe, and Ron Thompson, who supports her, and he's also our, I believe, data architect for the agency. And then under that, we have two subgroups. We have a DT champions group, which consists of executives from across the agency, and then we have what we call our DT business innovation office, which actually consists of the members or leads from each of the different thrust areas. So those two groups serve as kind of an advisory function up to the agency. And it's also at that level that if key decisions have to be made and we're looking, how to leverage one DT thrust area with another, those types of decisions can be made at that, either the DT bio or champions or the DTO level.
Perfect. And we've been given a little more time. I'm so gracious about that. I had to speed through the intros because I'm like, we have to end at 2:35, but we have some time, friends, so we can slow it down and submit questions. I'll ask one. It was such an interesting presentation. I think what would be helpful maybe for the folks too, because we know we have a mix of people who are, from NASA and others who might not be as familiar, but is there an example that you can share of kind of how, in theory, how MBX works and would kind of play out and have a positive impact? I know you talked about talent management and acquisition. From any of those examples, is there something you can share? Ideally, here's what what success would look like, or here's the impact this would have by us doing model-based everything. Is there an example you can share to kind of walk us through?
And some of my colleagues on the panel may want to provide some insights as well. I certainly have some ideas, but I didn't want to leave them out. And I'm going to put Terry Hill on the spot if he's okay with that, because he's from our MBSE team, Model-Based Systems Engineering team, and they've been at this a little bit longer. So he may have, and Jay may have some examples, and then I can certainly follow up.
Sure, absolutely. I'm more than happy to jump in there. And some of the potential collaboration areas, kind of go through those as well. I know Tony's looking to pull those up, but what we're looking at from the MBSE Model-Based System Engineering Leadership Group across the agency is really start looking at the fundamentals and the foundational elements that we need to put in place that will allow the higher order level of modeling and integration take place. So from a model-based systems engineering standpoint, you know, that's a collaboration of not only actual traditional modeling, but also of data integration and infrastructure for which you manage your information and can connect it all together into either a single source of truth of data or at least a federation of authoritative sources that will all work together and can be communicated to. So what we've been working on is to try and understand what the fundamental things that we need to get in place are. And this is some of the areas of potential collaboration that Tony alluded to before. And again, this is from the systems engineering standpoint, but also engineering in general. So some of the areas of potential collaboration, you know, we're looking at is, you know, how do you manage standards? And I know the industry is kind of going through a reformation right now of how they manage it from a data-centric standpoint instead of a document-centric standpoint. So NASA is also just now kicking off this effort to try and figure out what that means to us. But we also want to make sure we don't get out ahead of industry, because obviously a large portion of our standards comes from industry. So looking at that. Modeling standards, you know, common ontologies and patterns in terms of, you know, SysML and architecture that goes along with that to try and, again, maximize integration and interoperability between NASA and industry, because obviously, if you're paying attention to the news, a greater portion of our portfolio is going to be industry provided capabilities. Just look at what's going on with us getting to the moon. So if we can get a common modeling standards and all that goes along, that'd be great. Also along with that is governance of models, and that's, you know, how you manage your models, how you do configuration management, how you handle the data and manage the data within those models. Again, to try and get some commonality to ensure maximum interoperability. Infrastructure, you know, this is best of breed of tools and how you connect them, and lessons learned with how that best works, or common APIs or protocols or whatever it is that are emerging with the different types of tools. If we can make sure that we can all kind of sing to the same sheet of music, that will obviously help as well. Just a couple more, I don't want to take up too much time, but strategic road mapping as far as, you know, what part of the elephant do you eat first in terms of rolling capabilities out in a maturity model. And of course, looking down the road a little further is looking at how do we integrate artificial intelligence and machine learning in our modeling, and won't go too much into that. And yeah, so I'll just stop there, and if anybody has any questions, I can answer it, or I can turn it back over to Tony.
Yeah, and I don't know if Jay, I see he's on too. I didn't know if he had any thoughts, or is Jay laying low for a bit? I didn't know if he had anything he wanted to add, but if not, Tony, I know you had some things you wanted to add. Oh,
No,
Jay,
I'll go.
he's on screen.
Yeah,
Go ahead.
All right.
Yeah, I'll add something. I mean, I think to get back to the question, first I'll say, and Terry did a great job of answering that, particularly from the MBSE perspective. At the enterprise level, you know, the story that Tony told you at the start really sort of tells you the story of how we're going to approach this. We're going to measure our success really by how many connections we make across those boxes that he showed, right? The key for us is how many things can you connect? And a part of the key to doing that is doing the hard and often slow work of achieving common definitions between functional areas. That is a fundamental requirement at that enterprise base level, right? Because that's what sort of helps ensure that everybody is indeed on the same page and working towards the same goal. But what we can do is we can leverage some areas of our work now that either through long investment or just because that's the way they've always done it, actually already have a fair amount of strength in model-based activities now. Certain things that we've always had to do by model because there was no other way to do it. I mean, often our navigation and flight mechanics works happens. It's richly already based in model modeled work. And then the last thing I'll say that I think is probably pretty important for us, again, at that enterprise level that helps to integrate things together, is to take a look at what are the incentives that NASA as an organization provides that can lead a wider adoption of these kinds of activities, right? Every organization, no matter what it is, and maybe sometimes we're not even aware of them, is set up to provide incentives and disincentives for the use of various tools and the ways of being, right? That's part of the culture. So as we see this mature, we'll probably start taking a look at, well, how does NASA incentivize sort of collective model-based behavior versus that person that goes off in a room and comes out with the answer that no one quite understands, but for some reason everybody trusts. So there's a lot of different aspects to the enterprise that goes into this, and we'll fold all of that in. Thanks.
Hi, Alyssa or Nicole. I'm sorry. And if we still have a little time, I was just going to give just a couple of very quick, simple examples. So model-based anything can help us reduce human error, right? If we have models pulling information from certain authoritative sources of data to support a certain product or process, and we could take humans out of it, you take out a source of error. Also, timeliness. I'm from the Safety and Mission Assurance Organization, and I hate to say it, but we're often criticized for coming to the table late. A certain design decision has been made, and then we come in and say, hey, we're concerned that there's not enough fault tolerance, that sort of thing. And a lot of that is usually because we don't have all the necessary information at our fingertips. So we think creating this model-based environment will help us have information at our fingertips more quickly, so that we can in turn support those timely, critical decisions when they need to be made. Thanks.
That's great. Yeah. All right. I know someone had asked about the slides. They were just so rich and it went by so fast. You blinked and they were gone. So folks are interested in seeing those slides, or if they'll be made available anywhere. So that's definitely something to.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, we can certainly make those available. We had started putting them through our review process, and if that's not done, as soon as that's done, we will provide a set of slides so they can be distributed.
Perfect. And you already have fans, Tony. There are people saying they would love to talk to you about model-based mission assurance. So that's great. All right, folks, we have some extra time, so you can submit those questions. I like to, I have a special place in my heart for people, and I think about change. And I saw the stepping chart that you showed where it started at the individual to enterprise. Everyone wants to know, what is in this for me? How does this affect my job? And so I want to really talk to the individual. Like, they saw these slides, they're grasping this information. They're like, okay, what does this mean for me tomorrow? Like, maybe I'm in acquisition, or maybe I'm somewhere else. Like, how does the nature of my job change? How does the way I do my work change? How does this affect me? So is there any kind of messaging you can share with just everyday employees who want to know, so what does this mean for me? What am I supposed to do with this?
Yeah, so I think one of the key tenets, and my other colleagues may want to share some thoughts as well, is we're not doing digital transformation for the sake of doing digital transformation, right? We're doing it to make your jobs easier, right? And more effective. And and really take out that kind of busybody work, for a lack of a better word, non-value activities, so that people can really focus on where we need human minds to really focus. So one of the things that we are doing as part of our like early engagement and moving out is really meeting our workforce, to, you know, where they are in their everyday jobs, and really trying to understand what their needs are, what some of those barriers are, and where we can actually use digital technologies to help improve their day-to-day activities. And our strategy is, by doing those sorts of things, you know, we get that buy-in, if you will, you know, to the kind of things we're talking about this big model-based enterprise across the agency, because that's really the foundation to really achieve that 10x type of improvement over the long haul. So we're kind of taking a two-pronged approach, early wins, meeting folks where they are, but then building that foundational layer, if you will, for the future. Hopefully that answered it. I don't know, Jay or Terry, I don't know if you guys have anything.
Yeah,
so
I'll add something else. I mean, I just the same thing really, but I like to think of it like this. You know, one of the cool things about, maybe the coolest thing about NASA is that, you know, on our job jar, on our plate, is to do things that are species level achievements, right? I mean, our job is to make a human anywhere on the planet, we want to make their jaw drop when they see what we've done. That's our goal, right? And those are big things that we try to do. Now, like, so connect that to an individual person, an employee, what we want them to have. You know, if we were all at work pre-COVID, you know, what would they have? They would have what they had on their computer. They could walk down the hall and admittedly talk to some of the most brilliant people in the world. What we want to do is we want to put the sum total of knowledge and wisdom at their fingertips, because the things that happen at that species level achievement, they don't happen because you're brilliant and you work in your room by yourself, right? There's a lot of brilliant people in the world, and we want them to have access to all of that quickly. And so that, I mean, admittedly, that doesn't tell you a roadmap. It doesn't give you step by step how we're going to get there. But if I were sitting down with a fresh out, that's what I would tell them right there. I was like, we're going to do something that's going to make jaws drop for 7 billion people, however many people live on the planet. And to do that, you need us all. And the only way to do that is if we are connected. That's what I would say.
Terry, did you have anything you wanted to add? Jay's passion came through, so I don't know if he covered everything or if there's anything you want to say there.
Yeah, I'm not sure I can possibly follow Jay's enthusiasm there, but you know, his passion does resonate throughout us all. From a bit more pragmatic standpoint, you know, what we're really leaning to do is kind of touch on what Tony said, is be the multiplier, such that we take the data and leverage, you know, the data and information we've collected at NASA for the last 50 years and start treating our knowledge, our information, our data as a key corporate asset. And not only one does that keep us relevant as in the changing world of human spaceflight, but it also gives us that fulcrum, if you will, that we can better leverage what we have to make better informed decisions faster. So, you know, increases the decision velocity, but also increases the decision quality. So I think that's really kind of where, at a fundamental level, is what the key importance are for these changes and going to a model-centric approach. Thanks.
No, that's great. We've had another question come in, and we have a few more minutes. I can slip some more in. So the question is, have you seen collaboration expand more since COVID, since it's easier now for us to attend virtual summits and meetings like this more now than ever before? So I wonder if just the dynamic of what's happened, you know, how has that maybe impacted the direction you all are heading in, or, you know, really elevated collaboration?
I'd like to take an answer to that. So you probably gather from my earlier comments, I don't have a strong data set. I'm kind of fly by the gut, right? That's sort of how I roll. But I will tell you, I have been amazed at the way that our current situation has eliminated some barriers. I was in a meeting and I saw something that I had never seen before in my life. I saw a meeting and there were multiple centers, and I won't name them because we're notoriously stovepiped, but I saw a meeting where at the end of the meeting, someone said, oh, it's, a great time for, lunchtime. And then somebody else said, oh, it's not lunchtime where I am. I'm on the other side of the country. And the people said, I didn't even realize that we had people from other centers. This has been great. And I've seen that more than once, right? And in my mind, that has been one of the more powerful things. And I was so encouraged by that comment. But so I will say that maybe we didn't mean to, but we are collaborating more right now than I have witnessed in a while. Now, maybe that's the job, and maybe it's COVID, maybe it's both. But to me, I take wins where I can find them.
I see Tony nodding.
I echo what Jay just said. I think we're collaborating a lot more, both within NASA and we're at headquarters too. At least I am. So, this makes it a lot easier for me to interact with our other centers and certainly with other agencies. So I think we're collaborating a lot more in this current environment.
All right, well, gosh, we are right at 2:45. The Tom camera has come on, so that's my cue. But I want to thank all three of the speakers. If everyone can join me in giving them a virtual round of applause. Thank you all so much for your expertise and insights. And with that, I will turn it back over to Tom.
Thank you, Nicole. That was a great panel, and I think that I got to use this terminology a little more. Thank you, Jay Pittman. We need to have some species level achievement. That isn't something you hear every day, and it reminds us of the unbelievable mission that you have at NASA. But that might be quote of the day: species level achievement. Okay, we're going to try to up our game here at ATARC and with our work. But that was fantastic. Last panel of the day, and we still got a great crowd hanging tough with us. This has been a long day. Hopefully, you've gotten a lot out of it. Seems like you have. And we have with us Jordan Smith. And Jordan is a reporter over at Maritalk, who does a fantastic. How are you doing today, Jordan?
Hi, Tom. I'm doing great. How are you?
Good stuff. I will let you introduce your panel, and we'll see you on the other side of 30.
Awesome. Thank you very much. As Tom said, my name is Jordan Smith. I'm a reporter with Maritalk. Let me introduce the panelists to you guys today. It's Chris Blakely, Agency External Collaboration Lead, Office of the CIO from NASA. David Keldorf, CTO, Johnson Space Center in Houston at NASA. And John Keese, Head of Technical Compliance from Zoom. How are you boys doing today?
Doing well.
Doing well, Jordan. Awesome. Great to hear. Chris and David, I understand you have a presentation. You guys want to get started with that?
Yep. Let me get that going right now.
We'll do a mic test. Can y'all hear okay?
Yep. We have you loud and clear.
I may need at least to share this 1 second. Oh, no, she'll have to share the presentation for me. Is the list on? There we go. All right. So when we did this, we had a last minute adjustment with Dave stepping in for Lewis. So yeah, again, I'm here for collaboration. As you heard all day today, you had folks talking about collaboration. Everybody kind of falls under the umbrella of collaboration. And so today we're going to kind of wrap it up with just kind of what we're doing on that sort of broader front. Next slide. To collaboration itself, when you think about it, it could be a broad topic. Just a few years ago, collaboration might have meant walking down the hall to your colleague, talking to them about a problem, printing out paper, writing on the paper together in a conference room, and things have changed significantly, especially in the current times we're in. I'm talking to you from Florida. I put on this shirt for the first time, and presumably I'm wearing pants. So that you never know, things change. But I will say that there are a number of challenges and gaps that we are working on within NASA. And I would say collaboration itself kind of falls into two categories for us. There's internal collaboration, which would be with NASA internal participants. That would be folks that are NASA employees or contractors of NASA. We're PIV badged here. We have vetting and all that stuff that happens within us, so we can we have the ability to share certain types of data. And then we have external collaboration that happens with our partners that kind of are outside the fence. Maybe we don't have the vetting that we have with our internal folks. Maybe they don't have the credentials, the badges and things that we would normally be used to internally. So those folks, those are two kind of distinct groups that we are currently working with, and they have a really specific set of requirements on how you can share certain data types with them. So we'll talk about that in a little bit. But with this group, what we're trying to do is we're trying to change the speed of getting those folks onboarded, because one of the challenges is bringing someone that's outside the fence and collaborating with them inside the fence. And there's certain vetting requirements and badging requirements that are needed, and that takes a while. So we're working on some of that now. Also, the different data types and the different SaaS products we can work with, we're trying to onboard more depending on the certain criteria for the projects and programs that they're asking for. So we're working on those. And so to kind of move into the next level of this, I wanted to do a hypothetical situation. It's from our friends at Langley. They had pitched this in the past, and I really liked it because it's realistic. It doesn't, it's all stuff that we could do today potentially, and it's something that we're moving towards. So let's go to the next slide, and I'll kind of set this up. So imagine you have two engineers, Kevin and Josh. These are NASA engineers that are out at their the contractor facility. This happens to be at Stark Industries. You can tell we like Marvel movies here. But at this facility, they happen to have a area that they need to look at because they're having a problem with a wiring harness. The area that they need to look at can only facilitate two people. And so the NASA person and the contractor go up. The NASA person puts on a HoloLens. And if you're not familiar with those, it's what's in the picture at the top. It's kind of looks like glasses, and it has basically a computer inside and provides some AR type capability. And so what they do are they're looking at the harness, and poor Josh down below can only collaborate or can only see what they're doing via this phone that he has. So he's connected to Kevin's HoloLens. He's looking at what Kevin's looking at, and they can both inspect the harness at the same time. But it becomes pretty apparent pretty quickly that they need a little help. So they contact Jill. So we'll go to the next page. So Jill, if you can, next slide if you could. Jill is actually a Langley employee, but she happens to be visiting headquarters, and all she has is her cell phone. And so she gets a Teams message saying, hey, we have a problem here. We need you to join our conversation if possible. She steps out to what's called a huddle room. These are kind of small conference rooms that are being configured today. These have all the hardware that's necessary to join these types of Teams meetings without needing to sort of have any prerequisites to get into these things. So she takes her phone, she sends it over to this huddle room. She's now able to see what they're looking at on a large screen TV and participate with voice and video as well. Next slide. She has some problems seeing what they're looking at. She wants to make sure that she can collaborate exactly on what the problem is. So they kind of take these cameras that are located around the facility, they zoom in on the specific part that they're looking at, and she realizes, oh yeah, I know what they're doing. I'm gonna go grab that design document, and I'm gonna send that out as a OneDrive link. And so that OneDrive link gets sent out to the participants. They can all open the document at the same time. They scroll down to where the wiring harness is, and they see that there's a particular comment made by Chris, who happens to be working from home today. And so they say, let's bring Chris into the conversation. So with a couple clicks on her phone, brings Chris into the conversation. To the next slide. And Chris, again, is working from home. So he pulls up the design document on his tablet. He joins the conversation with his laptop, and they can kind of work together at the same time. Chris realizes pretty quickly that Tony and Trisha over at Glenn, which is in Ohio, really are the design engineering team that built this harness. So he quickly brings on Patricia and Tony into this conversation. And go to the next slide. And they happen to be at the facility at Glenn, so they were able to pull in this Surface Hub, which is essentially like a large TV that you can write on. It's like a whiteboard but digital. And the nice thing about these boards is you can actually send what you're doing on these boards to everybody, and they can kind of collaborate on the board at the same time. And so they pull in not only the specs from the wiring harness that they know about, they bring in pictures that they have in their OneDrive area that's for the project, and they compare them to what's in the design document and what they're seeing through Kevin's HoloLens. And quickly they realize, hey, you know, the problem here is that harness is actually mislabeled, it's not labeled correctly. And so go to the next slide, that whole collaboration effort took about 15 minutes or so. You had 7 people involved. You had 4 different locations, 3 different time zones, and really one problem was solved virtually. And that's to what they were talking about earlier is what's kind of happening now. We're seeing a lot more of this virtual meeting, a virtual conferencing that we're being pulled into left and right. And you know, there's great things about it because you can get called into a problem and solve it really quickly, and people are now getting used to it. NASA was had a bit of a fortuitous event by onboarding teams about 3 months. It's actually, this is to the week, this is the 1-year anniversary of onboarding teams. And prior to having teams, we didn't have this sort of visual meeting capability that was easy to use and sort of ubiquitous across the agency. But you know, a few months later, COVID hit, and now everybody's using it. So this is sort of the de facto meeting space. And I can tell you personally that it's been great for getting things done, but it also is tough because everyone knows you're just a click away now, and they can bring you into a conversation in seconds. Going from meeting to meeting often is within a minute. You can go from one topic and go to a completely different topic once the half hour clicks over. So what I've started to see people do is they've started to back off 5 minutes or so from the end of the hour, and then they'll be able to give that 5-minute just reset before you go into that next meeting, because you know that going from meeting to meeting can be pretty daunting. So we have a lot of challenges with this new environment that we're in, but we are working on that. And the next slide is just pointing out the fact that what I just went over, or actually, sorry, it's one more slide on top of this. We'll go back to this one in a second. These are all the different enabling technologies that we've talked about in that last sort of hypothetical, and all these things exist today. There's nothing really science fiction about it. It's just the onboarding process that we're going on right now. So that Surface Hub, we have those around the agency today. They're not centrally located where we can really tie them together, which is something we're working on. Same thing with the huddle rooms. Those are just being spun up due to COVID. So we're starting to create those huddle rooms where people can go in and have these sort of conversations on the fly. And then the last bit there is HoloLens. And we have a few throughout the agency. We even had a couple up on ISS, as you can see in the picture there. But we're working on steps to bring a more centralized approach to how you can purchase a HoloLens without having to go through all of the security requirements for every single purchase you make. So those are things that are being looked at today. And I just wanted to be clear that those are things that we're working on moving forward so that hypothetical could become a reality in the not too distant future. So with that, I'll go back one slide if possible, and I'll hand it over to Dave to talk his bit here.
Okay. That was a really cool scenario there. So as Chris was talking, you know, all these things that we want to do, everything we've talked about today fundamentally rides on the framework of authentication and authorization. And what we're finding is we're kind of evolving from a place of where we've evolved the architecture at our NASA centers, each one slightly different architecture based on whether they're mission related or they're aeronautics or if they're telemetry kind of satellite centers. And so what we're finding is we've evolved this architecture over time, and it's kind of taken on this mode and device management kind of a centric approach to security. And as we look at the way that the Department of Homeland Security and the NIST groups have started to really form better architectures for cloud and how the cloud interacts with on-premise, fundamentally we realize that what we have is an authentication and authorization problem, which is fundamentally what we've started trying to tackle as far as to enable collaboration across the agency. And to do that, we've done a couple of things. One of them is to, with our existing architecture, you know, what can we do today to go ahead and enable sharing with our international partners, which has always kind of been a challenge when it comes to ITAR data. And that's a project that Chris has been working on this year. And I think that's coming along really well. They're using blocks and adding some security controls on that platform and able to kind of get the station going right away on some of the pressing sharing activities they need. And then what we tried to do on the mission side, because we're thinking that for Artemis, for these new projects and programs that are moving really fast, maybe a greenfield approach might be good for those guys. Take a look at just kind of, if we didn't have all this legacy infrastructure to try to patch and get going, you know, what could we do? And so we're taking a look at if we just use some of the cloud native zero trust artifacts and architectures and do some prototyping with maybe some really cool mission data like telemetry from the station. And so we did a prototype this year to test out how we can use zero trust architecture to enable our mission partners who may or may not have NASA identities, but provide them secure access into some telemetry information that they actually may own. You know, some of the companies, commercial partners we have now have a lot of telemetry that's it's really their data. So part of our new challenge is trying to get that telemetry information to them. And then another piece of the puzzle is this AR, VR kind of simulation world that we live in. That's kind of another place where our network perimeter and our device management architecture has really made it tough to open up these labs to each other to share information without really kind of violating all those security policies that are in place. And so we've got a couple activities this year to try to start looking at using the cloud for kind of like a central platform for this telemetry or this sensor information or anything that these different labs may be needing to share. If we just kind of punch a hole out into the cloud, store the stuff there on a platform, then we can share that information a lot easier. And it's also, now that it's on a cloud platform, it's available to other analytical tools like AIML and BigQuery or, you know, whatever tools you want to use those against. And so that's another activity that we have going on from a collaboration standpoint. We're collaborating with these real-time simulations so that as we get astronauts and the man on the lunar surface, we can look through some goggles and kind of see what they're seeing and help them be the extra set of eyes from the ground. And then the last thing we're doing from a collaboration standpoint is just trying to kind of get off of our siloed, our cylindered data stores that we have scattered around all of our on-premise stuff, our NT shares. These things are scattered everywhere. They're unstructured data mostly, and you know, trying to get find those things, tag them, and move them out to the cloud is a major collaboration activity we have going on this year. Okay, I think that about covers it. I won't go over the funding. We've actually been able to get some good funding through the OTI program. Has a modernization fund, and they're really supportive of the digital transformation activities. And this was, we all think that authentication and authorization, a good foundation for that, is going to really help out not only the mission side, but also the business side as well.
Are there any more slides?
No, that's it.
Okay, awesome. That was really great. I really loved seeing the hypothetical situation. As a journalist, a lot of my collaboration might come through like Google Docs, and I don't think people really, you know, understand how much collaboration tools and software is going into getting work done in these times until you map it all out, just as you guys did.
Yeah, we use those all over the place, and there was a question about have we seen an increase since COVID in these tools, and we're actually working on trying to streamline the approach to onboard those kinds of tools that are necessary. They used to take roughly 9 months or 12 months to onboard some of them, depending on the situation, but now we're turning those around in about 2 to 3 months.
Okay, you guys are focused on NASA individuals working internally. What kind of challenges do you run into when you collaborate externally with partners?
Yeah, so the partner collaboration is probably the hardest part, because to share certain data types, you know, things like SVU or CUI, ITAR, EAR, those are the things that we have to worry about at NASA. You generally need certain vetting and authentication requirements to get folks in. You just talked about, or Dave just talked about one of the projects I was working on, which shares ITAR data with our ESA partners. And so just for the first time, we're able to onboard someone that's living in a foreign country working for European Space Agency without having them come on site and get a technical badge, and we're able to vet them to a level that allows ITAR sharing back and forth without them being like technically a NASA badged person. So that's something that we just turned on recently.
Okay, excellent. John, I want to throw this one to you. Coming from the private sector, obviously trusted relationships are a pretty key part of the relationship with your partners. And do you have any tips to share that you can tell us about making those relationships work better at a remote distance?
In terms of the trust factors?
Yes.
Well, certainly. So from a Zoom perspective, we have two platforms, right? From a trust standpoint, we have our Zoom commercial platform, which is globally distributed, and then we have our Zoom for Government platform. This month being adjudicated at impact level 4. So from a trust factor, what Zoom has done is we've always chosen to, from our standpoint as the CSP, run our environment with US persons only, even when we were just at FedRAMP moderate. And as we've moved further up the DoD supply chain adjudication levels, that US person's choice has become very important for us. So we cover from a standpoint of coverage for ITAR and in particular CUI and inclusive of CTI, controlled technical information. We're doing our part in order to allow our customer base to be assured that the platform is adjudicated at the right level for its particular use. And we've also have worked with a lot of the defense contractor base in terms of helping them identify the appropriate people that can attend a meeting to be able to flag them appropriately and put them in the right meetings, and to give indicators to the hosts that those particular people may not be covered for certain types of information exchanging that happens in a collaborative environment.
Okay, excellent. I kind of want to throw this one to the group. Maybe
Hey, Jordan, this is Ron. We're coming up on label right now. So why don't we grab whatever's remaining into the chat window, and Jill and myself, we really want to close it out, okay? Really appreciate it.
Okay, no problem.
Thanks.
David, do you have?
Thank you.
Thanks, guys.
No, I was waving by.
Yeah. See you.
Thanks for your time. It's fun.
We did have one question come in, but I believe John just touched on it.
Great.
If there are any more questions? I don't believe there's any in the Q&A.
Okay, so why don't we pivot on, Tom, you want to start us off, and Jill and myself will tag team. I think Alyssa's got something in the pipeline to show on screen, so.
Okay. Yeah, I'll just turn it over to you. I know we've had thank you to that last panel. I know it's been a good day. Thanks for everybody participating. And we definitely need to put a bow tie on this and kind of pull everything together. So thank you, Ron and Jill.
Yeah.
And there we go.
Absolutely. So the first thing that I want to cover is, let's see, we really want to appreciate Tom, you and the team for bringing us on today. And also our industry partners, that sponsored, today's event. We really appreciate that. We're really open to solutions that these partners can bring to the table, and we're looking forward to future partnerships. So I want to make sure that really is close. So you go back to our 11 o'clock time when we came on board. We hope what you heard today is, we're focusing on the empowerment of our people through partnerships to reinvent our products, processes, and capabilities to take advantage of transformation like data, or transformation like data visualization and some of the things we heard today, and using these cross-cutting digital technologies to transform our mission outcomes. So, what our goal is really to transform how NASA works for our workforce and workplace. So that's something that's a common theme that you heard. Each of the 6 thrusts actually walked us through what we heard, and we're going to go ahead, Alyssa, and go ahead and show that slide that we have, and we're going to really explain how all of this work actually dovetails together. And Jill, feel free to jump and start us off.
Yeah, sure. I'd be happy
Yeah,
to do that.
yeah,
So
thanks.
let me just chime in with my thanks as well for everybody for hanging with us today. What I'd love to do, because I heard questions throughout the day about how is all this really going to work together. So in one slide, I hope we will sort of frame up for you how we see all of these 6 strategic thrusts coming together to achieve this transformation. So let's go ahead and click, please. So at the top of this pyramid that you saw flash up briefly is really those mission outcomes that we're after. And when you think about it, you know, everybody across NASA is doing different functions, and they have processes to do their work, and that's where we're touching mission. One employee at a time, one function at a time, and we know we really need to transform those, and that's what that process transformation focus is all about. Mary Davey is actually leading an effort within our mission support community to integrate the various transformed enterprise level services. We used to have all of our mission support services distributed across centers. Now they're coming together as a single enterprise HR, a single enterprise finance, and she is leading the effort to integrate all of those together. So that's really kind of our pathfinder for how we're going to integrate even more broadly across the agency. So that's right where we're touching work. So process transformation up at the top of the pyramid. And if you click one more time, you'll see that's why we're calling that particular area in our digital transformation framework. It's really our outcomes tier. Process transformation is really hitting close to those outcomes. So how do we do that? If you click again, we know we're going to build on, click one more time for me, please. We're going to build on the use of models, digital models, as we do those processes and start integrating all of those together. You heard Tony talk about that. And we're going to use AI and machine learning to query all the data that's coming from those models and gain new insights. These things we know can really accelerate the way we do all of those processes. So if you click one more time, you'll see that's why we're calling this our accelerants tier. Now, how do what do we need in place to actually do that? We'll click one more time. We need our data house in order, right? Like all of those things in the accelerants tier depend upon having a very well structured, findable, accessible, interoperable, reusable data environment. And that's really now the cornerstone of our cyber physical workplace. When we talk about transforming our workplace, that's at the core of it. So if you click one more time, how people interact with that data and with each other is the collaborations thrust. You just heard Chris and Dave talk about that. And that's really all the ways in which we're going to interrogate and share all of that data when we come together as a team. And then finally, if you click one more time, it really comes down to our culture and workforce, because this is our people and how they think about interacting with that data, how they think about the work that they're actually going to be doing, which will be different from what they've done before, and whether or not they really can adopt that innovation and growth mindset that's required to take advantage of all this and really kind of springboard into that next future is absolutely foundational. So if you click one more time, you'll see that's why we talk about these 3 thrusts as our DT foundations tier. So you can see that there's relationships between them, but they do need to coordinate together effectively. And so if you click one more time, and this is the final thing to display the rest of the slide, that's what this business innovation office that Ron and I will be leading is really all about. We're envisioning using what we're calling a transformation architecture. Almost think of this as kind of like an enterprise architecture that's the future, right? So it's all about, hey, we know that there's going to be new work we're going to do. We're going to have a new workplace to do it in, and we're going to be thinking about our work differently. And we can describe those ways of working and the technology that will power it in this idea of a transformation architecture, distinct from our current enterprise architecture, which is really the things that we're going about and seizing and the way our systems interact with each other right now today and the very next steps we'll take. So our transformation architecture, almost like a technology on-ramp to the enterprise architecture. Once we prove those things out and they buy their way on to the mainline enterprise architecture, we'll be off to the races. So Ron, you want to add anything on this? This hopefully just kind of up how it all works together.
Yeah, I think we covered the story, and I know we may have a couple minutes. So if we can just see if anyone has anything in the chat, any questions about this. But we felt as we listened today, we captured a lot of input and questions from everybody. So we didn't have a chance. We were going to go over that, but we're a little pressed for time here. But we did hear your questions. We did hear your input, and want you to know we're getting as much out of this as anyone for that feedback. So that is really the beauty of what ATARC and Tom and the crew's doing. Are there any questions about, you know, what we covered from a holistic and as Jill mentioned, you know, the overall integration of how all these thrusts are going to work? It may be confusing to some on the outside because we use a lot of the same transformation words, and folks may be like not clear of who's doing what. So we'll make sure we cover that if there's anything that's still nebulous out there or we need to amplify. So Tom, I can't see the chat while I have a full thing up, but is there, or Alyssa, is there anything in there that we need to sort of button up here at
yeah, I got a couple things here. First of all, the slides, and I think, are we pretty good on getting clearance to send these out to folks?
We're already cleared. We don't have to do any other thing other than you can just share what you have in the content. That's good to go.
Yeah, and the last question is there a critical path associated with the tiered approach to proposed DT digital transformation strategic implementation plan?
Yeah, so so the answer is yes-ish, right? So we've got kind of probably a two-pronged approach. One is there is a bit of foundational work that needs to be done in order to pull all of this off, right? So that, you know, there may be some things that we really have to move out the gate down in that foundations tier, and then how we can actually use those foundations to achieve, you know, the model-based approaches and the use of AI machine learning. Those are really probably more in the prototype and pilot realm, where we're really starting with some exploratory ideas and figuring out how best to scale them up. But then at the very same time, and this is why I say ish, we know, you heard my boss talk about this morning, early wins. Well, what does an early win look like? It probably doesn't look like a standards document, right? It probably looks like a mission outcome. So we know that we're going to have some use cases where we pull the string all the way through this and very quickly show folks how all of this can work together to actually do something tangible and meaningful in the lives of our employees and translate to mission outcomes. So you'll see a few of those things as well.
Yeah, and one thing we like industry's help on, Tom, is really what metrics and outcomes do we need to track? You know, and we're really, you know, Jill and I have been, you know, doing these listening tours, as you heard, and others have been part of that, you know, that conversation. And we're really struggling. And this is really an ask of, would love to get input. How do you really measure effectiveness and efficiency? How do you really measure what really is transformational? And again, using digital as a lever, but how do you really measure what's important, you know? And it gets lost in, and gets very complicated because folks don't want to look over one shoulder and see how we're working. You know, there are jobs out there where we can do that. You know, as we discussed, NASA, you know, does not excel in that environment where you dictate what goes on and constrict, you know, the free thinking that we need to be successful. But we really need to come up with how what do we need to measure, what do we need to look at, and how to do that. So that's something that would love to hear thoughts, not today, but thoughts from others in a deeper dive here.
Yeah. And I think, you know, one of the things that we're trying to do at ATARC is we have basically 5 pillars. Our last pillar that we're doing a kickoff in December, believe it or not, is digital transformation.
Of course.
You know, we're putting that together now. I don't think you're the only agency that is working on this. I love the leadership that you've done. I think you might be the first one to really dive in with this whole massive plan. But I think that we need to deliver, you know, services a little differently than we used to, and I definitely appreciate your leadership. But I think that's where we can do some of the engagement between industry and government.
Absolutely. Yeah, well, you know, Tom, we're always here to support. So please, you know, we'll be deeply involved in the conversation.
Yeah.
And put whatever effort we need to do to continue it, because it is important to us.
It is. It's hugely important. And I want to actually use your comment to springboard to one of the questions that I do see in the chat, which is how can other people participate? you know, your statement's absolutely true. We're not the only federal agency thinking about this. We're not the only organization thinking about this. Everybody's paying attention to digital transformation, not just as a sales point, right? But how you're actually operating inside your own organization. So we are all thinking about it. We are all investing in it. And so, you know, yes, there will be RFPs, I'm sure, that will come out. However, more than that, we're talking about partnerships. If people have already leaned into certain areas and it makes a lot of sense for us to start maybe norming or thinking about where our different ways of working really need to intersect, let's start coming together. Let's have conversations. Let's influence one another, and let's share where that's appropriate so that we can help move the whole, you know, in our case, aerospace ecosystem forward. That's what we're about.
And it's more about, you know, just the tools and capabilities. They're important, but it's also, how do you change the mindset? How do you come up with a case for change, you know, a need for change? You know, we're all living through COVID, through the pandemic. That's a case for change. And we really pulled on that, you know, that topic. But what other case for changes do you really need to what's been successful? What's actually worked, you know, in a highly federated organization? So.
Fantastic. Anything else we need to talk about? I think it's been a productive day. Thank you very much.
It has, yes. Tom, and thank you again. You guys have been fantastic. Really appreciate the partnership and looking forward to the future.
Yeah, thanks as well. I really appreciate all the feedback today. And you guys wanted to get our slides. We'd love to get a download of all the great questions that were coming through the chat. So we'll look forward to coordinating with you.
Definitely. And I know there was some talk, are people engaged? We still got a ton of people on the call, and believe me, you know, just for somebody to block out 4 hours out of their day, over 4 hours, hopefully we've been worth the time. I think we put a lot of joint effort into this. Thank you, NASA. It's been fantastic.
Tom, I heard we may have set a record for at least the registered attendees.
Yeah.
I'm not sure how many were actually online, but at least the registered attendees. So.
Yeah, I would call it I'll tell you what, I'm not going to call it anything. We're going to do a survey after this, and then we'll get the honest feedback.
Absolutely.
From it was on, but it is encouraging people were on all the way through. That's fantastic. And thank you both for your government service. This has been fantastic.
Thank you, Tom. Take care.
Great.
Bye-bye.
Okay. Bye, Dave. Yes, species level achievement is my word for the day. Thanks for everyone that joined us today and sticking with us. NASA, just can't say enough about the partnership we have with you. The speakers were fantastic. I learned a ton. We had great industry involvement with Zoom, Appian, GitLab, and Red Hat. Thank you for that. You know, the approach that they took on their informative tech talks. And tomorrow, we're on to our next thing. It's the ATARC Thursday after lunch webinar series. We're going to be talking about cloud migration. We covered a little bit of that today, but we got an in-depth one going tomorrow. Really looking forward to that. And so we're going to hear more about different strategies to strengthen cloud infrastructure by a shift to the remote workforce. But anyway, hope to see you there and have a great rest of your day. Thank you so much.